All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the State of Oregon Board of Ag meeting. Today is Friday, June 5th, 2026. I'm Elin Miller, Chair of the Board of Agriculture, and I call this meeting to order. We had noticed that we were having an 8 o'clock start, so in order to do some of our board business up front that's not policy oriented necessarily, in case everybody didn't get the memo, but we'll start with that once we get through our introductory comments and updates. And we are for sure, however, making sure that we keep the public comment period timing exactly as it was originally posted to. So with that, John Boyce, Board Coordinator, will review a few housekeeping items prior to our meeting.
As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded and transcribed. For those attending virtually, please ensure your microphones are muted to prevent unnecessary background noise. You might get a notification that I've muted you if we start getting microphone feedback. And we also request that only board members or those actively presenting turn on their web cameras during this meeting to minimize strain on bandwidth. And if you're joining us virtually by conference or by conference call, our pre-meeting materials are posted on our website at oda.direct/boardagriculture, and I'll get that link in the chat here shortly.
Thank you, John. Will you please call the roll of board members for introductions? I'll begin. Elin Miller, Farmer Umpqua.
Eric Orem.
Eric Orem, farmer from Heppner.
Chad Allen.
Chad Allen, farmer from Tillamook.
Barbara Boyer.
Barbara Boyer, Chair of the Soil and Water Conservation Commission.
Mike Dill.
Mike Dill, public member, Philomath.
Ty Cleaver's excused. Miguel Lopez.
Miguel Lopez, Great Brewer, Willamette Valley.
Kirk Mogg.
Kirk Mogg, public member, Portland.
Ellie Norris is also excused. Josh Zielinski.
Josh Zielinski, farmer and nurseryman in Salem, Oregon.
Dean Stacy Simonich.
Stacy Simonich, Dean of OSU's College of Agricultural Sciences and Director of the Oregon Agricultural Experiment Station.
And Director Lisa Sharplow Hansen.
Good morning, Lisa Sharplow Hansen, Director, Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roll call confirmed that we do have quorum present and can proceed with the meeting. And we've got a few folks joining us online. Representative Scharf. Okay. Lindsay Ang and Sunny Summers.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Good
sorry.
morning, State Representative Anna Scharf, House District 23.
Thank you. Thanks for joining. We've also got Lindsay Ang and Sunny Summers from the department. And Megan, I'm going to butcher your last name, Queenard? Is that? Chenard. Okay.
Okay, were we needing to do an audience roll call or no?
I think it's all staff. Next one.
It's all staff and my husband, Bill. Yay. Okay, good deal. To begin with, let's flip to the board business section. In the original printed version, it's the 2:15 time today. And we'll start with the 2026 meeting dates and locations. And we have noted that before. I'll have John maybe comment a little bit more, but what we needed to decide was the timing for that virtual meeting. We're having a virtual meeting in December. We decided that because of basically being fiscally responsible given the budget issues. And so it's kind of a tough slog having really, really long time frames. But if the same sort of time frame works of 2 mornings or something, but Lisa, do you have some opinions on that?
So I just wanted to check with Jonathan, in terms of December, do we need to work around any legislative days? I know that there's a Farm Bureau, I think, tri-state meeting early in the month for their annual meeting. But I wanted to make sure we weren't running into anything around legislative days, just to provide just a little bit of space.
Because right now, I think it's a hold on your calendars for the normal cadence. So it's a lot. So we'll release some of that time because we won't be doing a tour. So, but
Representative Sharp put in the chat that Ledge Days are December 1st through 3rd.
first through third. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Very much appreciated. Okay, so first through third. And so what we were looking at was, I don't have that on my thing here. One, two,
Second through the fourth.
three. Second through fourth. Okay. So and I assume Ledge Days would be all day the third. So,
Chair Miller.
yeah,
I mean,
Jonathan, give us
yes,
some.
but also, I mean, we don't know what our commitments would be, so I wouldn't,
Don't work around you too much.
yeah.
Let's just leave them early.
Yeah.
Okay. So what if so we would want to do, what dates?
So let's just keep them the 2nd through the 4th.
Okay.
And
But
if
it's
we're
the
doing-
night of the 2nd is normally when we start. So would it be the morning of the 3rd and morning of the 4th?
I think that makes more sense.
Okay.
There's not an evening type event for us. Let's just do the 2 mornings and we'll put things together. And a lot of it'll be, I believe, pre-session prep with
Yeah.
all of you and anything else that we need to kind of wrap up as we go into 27.
So if we've got a decent break, and I'm sorry, I've not been great with break yesterday, especially 6 minutes. But if we have a decent break of like a 20-minute break, if we do 4 hours and
That's
each
yes, that's
day
enough.
should be plenty. And if we can shorten that, once we do the agenda, we'll shorten it. So, okay. All right, so that'll, John, is that what you need then? And can you just give a little bit more? It's Astoria in September. Can you give a little bit more on that one?
Yeah, September 2nd through 4th will be in Astoria at the Holiday Inn Express. And then March 3rd through 5th in 2027 will be in Salem during Ledge session. So those are the 2 set that we have so far.
And can we talk just a little bit about like a couple of themes for the September board meeting, given what we've heard here?
Yes, yeah, because we've already noted a couple things based upon what we heard, the DEQ stuff, or some other things. So.
So we heard a lot about water rights, et cetera. I'm wondering if it wouldn't be good to do something across with water resources and do a setup so that we all have a foundation as people are talking to us about some of the water rights issues and transfers and challenges.
And having some of the Irrigation 101,
Yep,
Irrigation
yep,
District
yep.
folks that are leaders and maybe others too.
Yep.
Yes, Director Mogg and then Dean Simonich.
In related to that, the Water Resources Department they're also considering a couple of rulemakings over the next several months. I don't know what the timeline is,
Okay.
but that would absolutely be relevant to ag. So
Okay, that's
it'd be
perfect.
good to get an update on those
Great.
two.
That'd be awesome.
Great. Dean Simonich?
Yes, I think one thing we're going to hear about when we're in Astoria and if we create a panel, et cetera, and of course the OSU Seafood Lab is in Astoria, we're going to hear about water quality regulations from fish processing facilities. So there's going to be another theme of water, but
Yeah, and it'll probably be an echoing of what we heard in Newport earlier too. So, okay. All right, Director Dill.
Yeah, I was just curious if when we're in Astoria, if we can learn about some of the things OSU's doing with the packaging, using chitin and, crab shells to create packaging, and then some of the waste that goes into fertilizer and other things that ag and food industry might be using.
yeah, we've already talked about a tour of our seafood lab and some of the work around 100% fish utilization and sounds good.
Yep, and then I think finally, in your packet, you have written public comment around some work with DEQ and a recycling bill that was passed a couple sessions ago, and some rulemaking and things that are going on. We've done some checking into that with DEQ. They're very early in that rulemaking process. I think bring DEQ to kind of bring us up to speed on where things are at and what it might look like. Because I think still timing wise in that process, it's a good time for the board to listen, learn, and then, have the opportunity to exchange our way in. And so I would propose we do a little bit with DEQ and open up that conversation, agency to agency.
And that's on extended producer responsibility. And just by backdrop, there had been some things done in legislative days last fall. There was a bill that was run that didn't pass. There was an amendment to that bill that talked about a pause for DEQ, and they are in the midst of doing this. So I think it's pretty darn timely that we would have them in. Maybe premature for us to know enough to opine on it ourselves, but if there was, if you've read the public testimony, have a different opinion about having DEQ at the December meeting to specifically talk to us about implications, then we can think of something else. But I thought that was a good idea, and Lisa already talked to DEQ about that. Would be September, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely our September meeting. Yeah, because of the timeliness.
Yeah. Oh, I wrote Astoria and already had my months mixed up. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah. Thanks for the, yeah. I was tracking, but I wasn't listening, I guess. So, anyway, okay. So anything else on, other things may come up at this meeting. John, did you note anything else that we had talked about for this? Okay. For our next September meeting. So.
And I think the other thing I don't know if that will have governor's recommended budget out. I think it's the date for that's just a little bit later, but we should have a good sense of the legislative concepts that are moving forward for the agency and some other, kind of moving into that 27 session timeframe for issues to update all of you on and give you a little bit of a preview of what we're hearing and anticipating. And so I think that would be another item to think about. And we'll have to think about the timing. I think we've been struggling with getting the timing right for these because it's cyclical in terms of kind of what's happened in the 2 months before the meeting. And sometimes it's a whole lot more. Like my report could have been a lot longer yesterday, just given everything. But in March, I was short. In terms of how things had run together and the session, and really it was all about session. So we'll continue to work on the timing pieces of it, but I want to make sure we get enough time for some of these interactive conversations.
Yeah, good. And we also will we will send out Jonathan's report too. So everybody needs to look at that. We do need to decide.
No, we have them.
Okay, we have them.
We'll hand it out.
Oh, well, okay.
It's taken care of.
Okay, thank you. So it's printed and we'll hand it out. And do we want to do a further discussion on it? Because the feedback that was wanted on the budget and ledge.
Let's see where we're at with time.
Okay.
Today. And if we're running up against time, because I understand there's some concerns about, timing of leaving, getting home and traffic in different parts, we could think about having you guys take it back, look at it, and we could do a special meeting. That's a relatively short special meeting.
Just a virtual.
And just virtual, yes. And really to talk through that and have that be our focus.
Yeah, and particularly the priority section 2 on the budget. I can remember in the past we haven't necessarily spent as much time, and that was something that was specifically requested of us. So yeah, let's figure that out as we go, and John will be handing those out to us, and so that might spur on some ideas one way or another. Okay, there's that. Next, the OWEB report.
Well, good morning, Barbara Boyer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Elin. Yes, Director Mogg.
Just one other thought for the September meeting. Given that the Governor's Prosperity Council should be releasing its report prior to that, I think it could be interesting to hear an update on that.
Very good idea. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now,
Thank you. All right, we had our board meeting down at Seven Feathers Casino at the end of April, and we awarded $11.5 million in grants, which was crazy. And those grants, I have to read them. I can't remember them by memory. Focused Investment Partnership, Technical Assistance Grants, Conservation Easement Grants, and Land Acquisition Grants. They were very robust conversations and funded $11.5 million in all of those. And then we heard a presentation from the Klamath River Post Dam removal and the habitat restoration that happened. And it was really fascinating to see how quickly the salmon came back. I mean, we have 2 tribal members on the board, and they were just very tearful, happy tears, with just how much of an impact it had removing those dams on their traditional habitat of salmon. So that was really, really moving. And we took some tours. We had a really great tour of some Cow Creek projects that were funded by OWEB. And that is really about all I have to report.
well, I want to just say this, that being a member of the OWEB board, when you're looking at those kind of dollars and the in-depth review, Barbara, you have represented us exceedingly well.
Thanks.
And so appreciate all the focus and time. On our last couple board meetings, we've said, gee, so who would like to raise their hand that might like to take on that wonderful role, because it has to be a board member to sit on OWEB on behalf of the Board of Agriculture. So want to say thank you to that.
It's been 9 years on that board, and it is time to pass the torch. For
Yeah.
sure.
Definitely appreciated. And so maybe with that, we did have a member raise their hand, and I followed up, and they said yes. And we just like to say huge thank you to Chad Allen for saying yes. Do we want to, not that I want to scare Chad at all, but do you want to describe a little bit more about the responsibilities of, so we all know it?
Be prepared for some 900-page board packets. Yeah, when there's a lot of grant offerings. The staff does a great job with their staff reports. I read them first and then dig a little deeper into each of them where I feel like, I have input. So you'll have a different lens than I do, being dairy. And you also have the Ag Heritage Commission that you are on. So you bring that skill set to the board also. But you got it. I'll be here for you.
Chad, would you like to say a few words?
I'm ready. So, I was up for another challenge, and so it'd be interesting to get to know everybody on the web board and sort of figure out where I can be effective and bring my knowledge and expertise in certain things.
It is the largest board in the state of 18 members.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's very educational. And I've talked with Chad a couple of times and gave him some of the upcoming meeting dates and such, so he's ready.
Yep. Anyway, thank you, Chad, because he did raise his hand, and we had a nice long chat, and so thank you, because I think with your experience, particularly water quality and everything that you're dealing from a dairy standpoint, and just anyway, I think it's a great fit, and appreciate your commitment to assist in this effort. So what we do need is a motion, yes, to appoint Chad as our nominee for the board, OWEB board.
So moved.
Okay, it's moved by Kirk. Is there a second? And seconded by Barbara. Any further discussion or other people jumping for this chance because you could do it next time? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Great. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Okay. Next is discussion including the Ag Quarterly production. This is a little premature, but my thought is to capture anything we've heard so far, and then we'll have this discussion at the original time of the business meeting if we want to add some things to it. So, and if you remember, we had, for a long time, prior to my joining the board, I had a report going to the legislature. And then due to a lot of logistics, workload, other issues, we weren't doing it. And then we've had discussions of, do we really need our own report, or should we join forces with what the Ag Quarterly report is that ODA writes and have kind of a, I call it a board corner, but we're not calling that. I can't remember what we're calling it. But to include subjects in that come from our quarterly meetings. So that's what the purpose of this is. So of what we've heard so far, there's some things that the board would like us to note. Again, it's going to be very brief. We wanted to have it be very, of course, it goes to the legislature and all general public. So thoughts?
That panel was really one of the better panels we've ever had. So I think we need to highlight what we learned from those members.
Yeah, I think even the summary of those top 3 items that we talked about yesterday on transfer, ponds, and what was the last one? Oh, efficiency, piping and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, piping and efficiencies and stuff like that. And just the tremendous challenge. And this is not the only place in the state. So in fact, it's a good lead in to what Lisa talked about for our agenda item for September, to be talking about that area from understanding the irrigation stuff and all that a lot better for those of us who don't live in districts. So anything else?
Our tour.
Yeah, I think probably the Warm Springs discussions we had. Any subject matter from any of the tour things?
I mean, irrigation efficiency was what kept coming up.
Efficiency, irrigation efficiency, yeah, okay, okay. Anything else? And again, we'll check in and add anything that we hear today, or if you've thought about something to later in the day when we reconvene. Director Mogg.
One other theme that maybe wasn't front and center, but it was a theme that came up multiple times, fire resiliency. So it came up as part of the panel, but then also came up as part of the tours, the use of drones as a tool in invasive weed management, but also in reseeding efforts. So both resiliency and maybe technology as a tool to use there, I think, could be touched on.
Excellent. Yeah, Director Hansen.
Thank you for that one. I think, too, the other place it ties into is some of the work that you've heard about previously that our programs are doing around our threatened and endangered plant program, our noxious weed program, our native seed program, and how that ties into working lands and EO 2526. So I think there's a nice weaving of several things that we've been leading through over the last several meetings, and touring and presentations and trying to, have some theming.
Good.
On the tour, we heard some rumblings about labor, so it continues to be an issue even in a
Good
area where
point.
you wouldn't think, based on the crops that are being grown here, you don't see a lot of manual labor going on like we saw in Hood River and stuff, but even
Right.
out here, they were bringing up that issue.
Yeah, and saying, please don't go below 48 hours. was a theme. So, okay, all right.
General availability.
Oh, and availability, yeah, everything, yeah, yeah. So, okay, all right. So anything else we can jump on later and add? And let me look at my bat clock. Oh, 5 minutes, good. Okay, so the other thing we needed to discuss and get out of the way was we will be doing a biennial report. And last time around, when we did it for new board members, we actually divided up into teams, but because of the public meeting laws, we can't necessarily do that to write. Instead, we might have separate individuals, but I'd like to call on John and Lisa of how they want to tackle that. It's due, well, before the legislative session for sure begins. And in fact, what we did last biennium was to come in and actually do visits, which Jonathan and team put together with legislators. And I thought that was very beneficial. We also testified in front of the Senate Natural Resources and Ag Committee while we were there and talked about the theme. So again, it's how we want to do it, and then it's also what, and we can have more of the specifics on what in September. But what are your thoughts, you guys, John and Lisa, on it?
I think it would be really good if we had some of the high-level themes, and I think we've captured some of them, even just talking about this board meeting, because they've strung through the last several.
2 years of boards meetings.
You know,
yeah.
and so we can go back and look at some of those presentations and take those high-level issues. And those are what I think, you know, what are the challenges facing, what are the opportunities, and use what we've put out and just build upon that in terms of some type of readout. Yeah.
Carla?
Just a reminder, last year, we did post those as public meetings. When the groups met with the staff person to discuss those.
Oh, so we can't, okay.
Um,
Okay, I had forgotten that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, we did post them,
Yeah.
just,
Oh.
I don't think anybody showed up, but we did post them as public.
Yeah, it was actually a
conversation.
fun exercise, I thought, of when we actually had like 2 or 3 people say, okay, you guys take labor, you guys take this, you take that, or whatever, and come up with some very concise summary, working with a staff lead. And it was, yeah, it was, I think, a beneficial. So as long as we post them, we're good. Okay, that's easy. So is that okay with everybody? We look at that. So for the next meeting, we
bring
can
back
bring
topic.
back topics, and we'll have those in advance so we can look at them ahead of the meeting, and then we can massage, and then we can assign topics to whoever would like to do, you know, work on a quick write-up, and we can then do a notification prior to those subgroups meeting. John?
Just for reference in your board packet, there's a list of what Eric had come up with at the last meeting for topics for the report for review.
All right.
Tab 14 should be one of the last pages, right before the resolutions.
And Chair
Thank
Miller,
you.
we
Yeah.
could think about the time that we start the Astoria meeting and do the breakouts
That evening before,
the evening before, yes.
and then we wouldn't have a reception or panel?
No, we
Oh,
could
we could
start
just start
earlier in
early.
the day.
Yeah, okay. That could be good. So we're looking at tab 14, and sorry about that. Table of previous meeting. And, okay, work plan, there we go. Ag stats, regulation issues, bright spots, that's what you're talking about, right? Bright spots, successes, succession planning, mental health, affordability, consulate, energy policy, labor, land use. Yeah. Well, what we can do, how about this? Everybody take a look at that, which I had breezed through it earlier and didn't highlight it for everybody right now today, but it would be, it's page 3 of 3 there in the 14 tab. And let's kind of go through, because what it doesn't talk about is water necessarily. But if we have a little bit more time at the end of the day today, we can kind of hone in a bit on that. How many pages? I can't remember how many pages of the biennial. You know, we want to keep it brief, so.
It's been a variety of sizes.
Okay. Well, given our board book being 300 pages, you know, would 100 be okay? No, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking that, you know, legislatively, if you could get it down to a couple, that's probably the
Yeah,
best.
maybe fold out
Yes.
for,
Yes.
yeah, okay. All right, so we're all on the same page for that piece, so. Okay, all right. So now we're back on the original schedule for Friday morning. And so if Director Simonich, if you are ready for your report, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I don't have to tell all of you that this is a very busy time of the year. And it's especially busy for universities, et cetera, and especially busy for the Dean of Agriculture at OSU, in that we have start of many field days. We had Hislop Field Day just 2 weeks ago or something, and, you know, several hundred people showing up for that. That was great. And then we have this meeting. We visited our Central Oregon Agricultural Research and Extension Center yesterday and heard about the good work they're doing, including work around irrigation and water conservation, alternative crops, et cetera. They have their field day coming up in a couple of weeks. And then I had Sunday to our wheat field days in Hermiston, in Pendleton, and in Morrow. So lots of great field days kicking off. And I'll be, if you track me on social media, I'll be running to and from driving to and from in the state to our various field days, which are great. And I love seeing people out there. Good attendance. I'd also say that it's also graduation season. And a couple of years ago, I started a college graduation ceremony at the request of students and parents. And, you know, many of these students at that time had been through COVID. So they were, you know, really wanted to walk across the stage and receive, you know, not receive their diploma at that point, but to, you know, go through that experience. So some of we have, I counted up about 800 students graduating next week in the college, and at all different levels and degrees. And some of them might have as many as 3 graduation ceremonies in the department, in the college, and the big OSU ceremony on Saturday. So a fun time of the year, a very busy time of the year. If you've been following the news, you know that I would say most Oregon universities are struggling financially right now for a number of reasons. One of those being changes in enrollment for most of them. Fortunately, at OSU, our enrollment has been stable or growing, in a large part due to our eCampus offerings that people all over the world take, including all over the U.S. So you see in the news, Southern Oregon University and the financial struggles they're having, PSU, U of O recently, I think about a $60 million cut. So although OSU is in a better position in terms of enrollment, we do have significant financial headwinds, let's put it that way, and we're working proactively to try and address that. Maybe I'll get specific now for the college. So over the course of the past 3 fiscal years, we've been cut, and the College of Forestry has been cut about 10% in our education and general funds from the university, a pullback from the university. So both the College of Ag and the College of Science, those funds we use for teaching in the classroom or teaching eCampus. We use those funds 100% for teaching. So, you know, at the same time, the college enrollment of students is growing 2 to 3% per year. This past fall, we had record enrollment both on campus and eCampus record enrollment. So it's amazing to think we now have more College of Ag Science students on campus than we ever have before. So that's awesome. But, you know, it is causing us to be even more efficient in how we deliver classes. So it may mean fewer class offerings, or every other year if it's a low enrollment course. It may mean higher caps in terms of numbers of students in classes instead of 2 sections, 1 section. So it is happening to all colleges across OSU. So we're not alone in that, but it's, you know, how do you do this and not impact when a student graduates, right? And so that's also at the same time, we're trying to improve our 6-year, 4-year graduation rates. So that's challenging. I would say the other parts of our budget come in through federal research dollars, and our federal research funding is down about 40% from what it was 2 years ago. And that's not uncommon for other colleges of ag sciences in the country compared to 2 years ago. A big part of that has been slowdown in USDA getting grants out the door and having the people to be able to do that. We don't just have USDA funding though. We have NSF, you know, NASA, NOAA, DOE, DOD funding. So across the spectrum, you'd be hard pressed to find a university or college that is bringing in the same amount of money from research dollars, federal research dollars, than they were 2 years ago. So we're down 40% in research awards, but yet our faculty are submitting more proposals than ever. So the faculty are working super hard to get the dollars that are out there. I would say that, you know, like most agencies, et cetera, about 90% of our budget is people. So the other thing, as we look ahead to the legislative session, we calculate our continuing service level at about 9.3%. So we received less than our calculated continuing service level for the last biennium, which is, you know, was essentially about a $1.5 million cut to research and extension, the Oregon statewide, which is research and extension. So our continuing service level, and, you know, similar maybe to what we heard yesterday, you know, need to get about 9% to stay even to what we are now. So we'll be working very hard this legislative session, state legislative session, to get CSL, right, and probably not adding to that, right? So to give you a perspective of what this looks like, our college budget 2 years ago was $180 million a year. One of the largest colleges at OSU, and especially in terms of people and budget. We're now dropping down from $180 million a year to about $140 million a year. And 90% of the budget is people. So you're starting to see a layoff of instructors, layoff of faculty research associates, more and more, fewer offers to graduate students. So, you know, the things that are happening now probably have, you know, certainly coming to roost now, and you're going to see this pick up even. But you see, I think, impacts on agricultural research extending out, you know, 15, 20 years when you're having fewer and fewer graduate students. So it's definitely challenging. I would say OSU is in better financial shape than some of the universities I talked about before, but we've been proactive. I've been proactive. Our college is not in debt. Some colleges are, but it's a challenging time for sure. And I get it. It's a challenging time for everyone, and especially farmers. Looking ahead to fall, we expect our enrollment in the college to be also, again, could be another record high. Very excited about that we keep doing that. At some point, it may start to go down because the birth rates, you know, 18, 19 years ago went down. I think that was 2008, 2009, and people were having fewer children. But I am excited. We have 2 Oregon State FFA officers coming into the college this fall, and 1 Idaho State officer coming into the college this fall. So I'm very excited about that. For example, our animal science degree enrollment will be up this fall by about 100 people on campus, 100 students. So that's awesome. And then we've also started an online eCampus degree in animal science. One last thing, we recently received a bequest, a large endowment that helps students from Eastern Oregon counties with tuition to come to the college or to study. So we're very excited about that, and just a lot of good things happening, but also a challenging time. So thank you.
Thank you, Dean Simonich. Any questions of the Dean? Director Boyer.
So this endowment that you ended with, so it's only for Eastern Oregon. So can you give me the boundaries of Eastern Oregon? People normally have different opinions of what is Eastern Oregon.
Yeah, we have so I don't want to get into all the details of it. It does highlight one specific county in Eastern Oregon, but if we meet the needs in that county, then we can interpret more broadly what it is. So anyway, I don't want to get into all the specifics of where it is, but there's some flexibility in that, but it's exciting. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And I just want to say thank you, Dean. Earlier on in my time on this board, we weren't getting the focus necessarily from OSU and the collaboration, at least I saw as an outsider. So appreciate your involvement and appreciate the coordination and support, and because it's got to work together, especially now that there's less money to get things done, research and or others, to make sure the priorities are in the right place and we're able to make it work for farmers out there. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next on our agenda, we have Sunny Summers to give us an update on rulemaking. And again, Sunny, thanks for all your efforts of keeping us up to date and in line. That's also kind of a new addition that Lisa added for our focus when she became director. So thanks.
Good morning, Chair Miller, Director Hansen, members of the board. Sunny Summers. I'm a senior policy advisor and a little bit of a Jill of all trades. I think most of you are familiar with me. Specifically, I wanted to talk about the canola rulemaking. One, because you're in Madras right now, and two, because it's timely. We've been talking about this the last couple of meetings. A couple of years ago, ODA received a petition to repeal the Central Oregon Protected District, which is Jefferson, Crook, and Deschutes counties. The current district allows for canola production if it is done under a research permit. So folks have to work with, typically it's OSU because that's who's in the area, and make sure that they get that permit from the department. We've had a lot of conversations, both with producers in those counties and internally. We held a rules advisory committee in, I think it was April, the end of April, and then kind of realized that we needed to pivot again. And so what we talked with producers about in April is not where we ended up. And if you'll indulge me, I'll give you a very brief Crib Notes history of rapeseed in Oregon. So canola is an edible form of rapeseed. Rapeseed is a brassica. Brassicas, as I think most of us know, love to cross-pollinate, which is why we have so many wonderful brassica crops. Mustard, turnips, cauliflower, broccoli, those all fall under that brassica umbrella. Early on, the state of Oregon treated rapeseed as a pest to other brassica crops, and we had multiple districts throughout the state to kind of regulate the production of rapeseed. The legislature gave ODA specific statutory authority to regulate rapeseed itself, separate from our authority to create control districts. But it says if you're going to create a control district, do it the same way you do these other ones, is how we interpret that statute. looking back at the rulemaking history, when OSU did its research in the Willamette Valley, looking at canola versus other brassicas, and does canola pose a specific pest or disease threat to other brassicas, the research came back and said no, that it had the same disease and pest pressures and issues that the other brassicas do. And so that's when we see a shift in how the state managed rapeseed production at ODA's level. And so that is why we can't just pull two counties out, because Crook and Deschutes don't have the same kind of concerns that Jefferson County does. Because the science that we have available to us does not back up that rapeseed is a pest or menace to other brassica crops. Because we have that separate statutory authority to regulate rapeseed, it says we can put together a group of advisors, and we can look at the species and types of rapeseed. Where we are headed now, and we held a second rules advisory committee with producers in the area a couple of weeks ago, is to create a notification system. So if anybody in Jefferson County wants to grow any form of rapeseed, edible or inedible, they will need to notify the department by date certain. We're looking at an April 1st date for the following crop year. And then ODA will make that information publicly available. There is a kind of private pinning system in existence in Jefferson County for a variety of crops. And then that way they have that information to use for their private pinning system, and to hopefully make some of those conversations among producers in the area happen. Because a lot of the concerns weren't always about cross-pollination. They were about carrot seed producers bringing in hives to pollinate their fields and not wanting the girls to fly to the field across the street. They want them, right? They paid for it. Understandably so, they want it in their field. So we're hoping that that will help with some of those conversations. So that is the direction that we are headed as of now. We're having some more internal conversations, and then I anticipate those rules being out for public comment in the next month. So that's kind of one of the big rulemaking that we've been working on. You have a list in your board book of all of the rulemaking that we've been doing. The nursery fees, I just want to draw attention to that. We did increase our nursery fees. We had to go back and refile, though, because, you know, the last legislative session did give some Japanese beetle funding, but there was still a need to increase those nursery fees. And we have a number of different ag water quality areas. You will see a fix for a boo-boo on the nursery fees, and a fix for a boo-boo on one of the ag water quality areas. If you look at that list, we have a lot of rules going through the process, and I'm just going to be honest, stuff happens, right? And so we're catching it before it's out there and somebody else catches it, but we've caught a couple boo-boos on our part. So if you see those coming through, that's why. I think that is what I wanted to highlight. I'm certainly always open to questions about any of the rulemaking or anything else.
All right. Thank you, Sunny. Okay, questions. Director Boyer?
Hi, Sunny. Barbara Boyer. So you mentioned this private pinning for Jefferson County. Who's running that?
It is unclear, Barbara, who's running it. OSU is kind of hosting it, and I think there's renewed interest in it. I think it might be the seed companies, like it is in kind of other areas, that are driving those conversations. But there's been paperwork floating around, but nobody's like got a hold of it.
Thank you.
Just one question, and having just barely learned a little bit about canola on the first rack, but we heard a lot about cover crop here. Yeah, you know, obviously soil health and opportunities, mustard in particular, which is a brassica. So again, we're looking only at canola because it's statutorily required for different regs, even though we've got something like, you know, other brassicas that do cross-pollinate.
Yeah,
Just a
it's
little in a nutshell for us to, because it's almost like say, oh, maybe we shouldn't. And so, yeah, from a cover crop standpoint, yeah.
yeah, it's basically, you know, ODA has authority to do the rapeseed. We don't have authority to regulate the others. And the current protected district says that you can't grow forage or cover crop and allow it to flower, which kind of defeats the purpose of a lot of what folks want to use it for. So that's the other reason I think that we've really looked at getting rid of this control district.
Yes, Director Hansen.
Yeah, thanks. I will just add to Sunny's history lesson around rapeseed. Back when it was considered a pest, it was actually considered a pest within the rapeseed family, whether it was edible or industrial, and not having those two cross because of the potential risks with human health with the industrial versions of it. And so it just has a long history that's moved its way through the process. And I think it's caused confusion along the way. We don't have authority to regulate for market. And so just trying to keep things focused on what is the statutory authority that was there. And Sunny did an amazing job of, when we got to a spot where like, this is getting really, really complicated. Wait, let's go back and bring ourselves back up here and follow the history of it, of getting us here. So it has a deep and long history beyond just what we're dealing with across all brassicas.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions of Sunny? Again, Sunny, thank you. It's very complex, and yeah, if there's some oopses, then hey, fully understood, but at the same time, it's a real opportunity for us as the board to hear what's going on and also to have in our packet the list in case there's some questions about other rules. And is there any slowing, I mean, you've got so much on your plate, the department does, is there any kind of slowing down that is appropriate from a rulemaking standpoint to just kind of, you know, make sure we get caught up and get it right?
No, I mean, that's a great question. And I think we're doing well, right? Because they're coming out of different program areas. They all just kind of funnel through me, right? And so you see this big long list, but each of the program areas is really operating those individual pieces, and they're all doing a really good job, and they're all necessary. The slowing down, if you will, is us providing that overview memo 2 months before we start the Rules Advisory Committee process, both as an opportunity to give our tribal partners time to decide if it's something that they want to participate in, and to give everybody that opportunity to be like, oh, ODA is starting to look at this. I think it's helping the programs look forward a little bit more, because they'll tell you I'm annoying and bossy and get on their tails a little bit of like, oh, you're talking about rulemaking. Don't forget that memo 2 months in advance. And so I think that is helping actually a lot.
Excellent. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Anything else for Sunny? I'm getting close, stalling for the 1 minute for public comment. But we are going to now transition into public comment. Is there anybody in the room who has not yet signed up for public comment for this period? Okay, doesn't look like it. And so I think I'm close enough. So we do have one person online providing us public comment. and that's Lauren Kinsey from the Oregon Farm Bureau. And I'll also highlight that in your packet was a letter that Director Hansen alluded to earlier regarding extended producer responsibility of a request that we're dealing with from having DEQ at our next meeting to talk about what's going on and then deciding what we want to do after that. So now that the back clock says 8:55, I'll turn it over to Lauren. Is Lauren on?
We can't hear you, Lauren.
Yeah, we can't hear
You're quiet.
anything.
You're very quiet.
Yeah, we're still not hearing you.
Is that better?
Now.
There we go.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm multitasking. Lauren Kenzie with Oregon Farm Bureau. Thank you guys for letting me speak. Yeah, I just want to highlight our letter and our comments. We worked with Oregonians for Food and Shelter to put comments on the record about the EBR program and just really ask you to take a look at how unworkable that is for agriculture. So I just wanted to flag that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So normally for public comment, I just double checked, we don't ask questions for public comment. So Lauren, thank you for joining us. Thank you for submitting your letter. And again, at least at this point, we discussed it earlier during our business meeting that we moved to 8 o'clock. And we are intending to have DEQ. They've said that they would be willing to come to our next board meeting in September to discuss more in depth where they are on the rulemaking and where this process goes. But appreciate you calling this to our attention. So thank you. All right. We are ahead of time. And I guess the question is Japanese beetle. Yeah. I didn't even look. Yeah, and we did also receive additional 2 written comments. And I don't know if there's any comments from the board on those 2 additional written comments that we received. Okay.
This is Josh Zielinski for the record.
8A, yeah.
I don't know, we don't question and we don't comment, but I found the Buddleia one really interesting as a nursery grower.
Okay, say it again.
Can you speak into your microphone?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't comment or question on them, so I'm not going to get into it, but I think it's important that everyone read this one about Buddleia. It's certainly an interesting discussion around my industry.
Okay, great. Is there, again, we can take in the business session, if we need to take action on something that we heard, we certainly can. So if that's proposed, we can make that happen. So.
I just want to say, similar to your thanking Lauren for her.
Yeah, to thank for this, exactly.
Adam for his.
Yeah, appreciate, yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, all right. So Japanese beetle, we're running a little ahead of time, but I think it's okay to start that discussion on Japanese beetle. And Chris, I think you are with us. So if I could turn it over to you on the program update for Japanese beetle.
Certainly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Miller. Good morning, Director Lisa Sharpelaw Hansen and members of the board. Thank you for inviting me to give an update on Japanese beetle. I do have a presentation for us this morning, but it looks like I don't have the ability to screen share. John, is that something that
Yep,
you
give
can
me a minute.
assist with? Sure, thank you.
All right, give it a go now.
Alrighty, thank you. Let's see here, and one moment. That's not the slide you want to see. always the fun part, is getting it to go to the right screen. But it wants to go to that one. Dang it. Apologies. I don't know why it's doing this. Switch it. Are you still seeing the presenter mode version?
We just see you.
You just see me. All right. Okay.
There we go.
Saw the right one now?
Yep.
Yes. Perfect. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. So again, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but hopefully this will go relatively smoothly going forward. For the record, my name is Chris Benjamin. I'm the Director of Plant Protection and Conservation Division, and I'm here to give an update on the status of our Japanese beetle program. Before kind of going into this, I did want to give a quick overview of sort of like where we've been over the past, I guess it's looking at, 8 or 9 months or so. So going back to last year to June 2025, at the end of the legislative session, Senate Bill 576 did not pass, which meant that nor did a end of session bill, which contained proposal for continuing Japanese beetle funding for the ODA. That was not approved, ergo the funding was discontinued, which then resulted in the ODA having to pivot rather significantly in our approach of how we were going to be managing JB in Oregon. So between July up through March of this year, the headlight really went and focused on our ODA nursery program, which had to relatively quickly pivot to creating a Japanese beetle compliance program. Then fast forward into February, as a result of the short session, House Bill 5204 reestablished JB funding, which was going to then fund programmatic operations for not only this season, but also into the 2027 season. So from March up into the present, we have pivoted once again to reactivating the ODA IPPM program, or excuse me, the Insect Pest Prevention and Management Program, which historically has been the relative, owner, so to speak, of the JB program at the ODA. And one other bit of context I did want to touch on to kind of understand the landscape that we were finding ourselves in once those state dollars went away to support the Japanese beetle program. Is this really, really important document called the U.S. Domestic Japanese Beetle Harmonization Plan. I am not going to bore anybody with the details, but if you really want to get into it, feel free to reach out. But just really want to emphasize the importance of this document because this really set the landscape, set the tone, and really creates the guidelines for, one, not only historically how our entomologists have been implementing our trapping program, but also was going to be setting the stage for the various requirements that our shippers in Oregon, our nursery shippers, were going to have to comply with in order to meet the markets of all the various customers that they have across the country. So it's no surprise, the Oregon's nursery industry being the largest in the state, we have customers everywhere. And so I point your direction to the map on the left here, which kind of shows the varying landscape of how Japanese beetle is regulated across the country. So Japanese beetle being first found in the eastern United States, we have all of these states in the red. They're heavily infested, so they're not really that concerned about Japanese beetle. It's there, it's a part of their lifestyles. If anything, they are monitoring and regulating their commodities for exports to the uninfested states in the West. So that's sort of their deal. The ones in the yellow, those are sort of category 2. They're very low grade levels of Japanese beetle, and they're maybe doing some monitoring work, but not a lot. So they're kind of in the middle ground, or they don't really have much like nursery stock really that they're really concerned about. So they're a little bit on a different playing field. I will highlight Colorado and New Mexico as two exceptions to this. Colorado does have Japanese beetle. They do a little bit of monitoring, not a lot of treatment, but they are heavily concerned about Japanese beetle incursions coming from the West. Whereas New Mexico did have Japanese beetle, but according to their officials, they have eradicated it. So it still is a key concern. And in the West, we are all considered uninfested, but you will notice the small red dots that I overlaid there, which is to indicate, generally speaking, we're considered uninfested because our states either have no Japanese beetle, very, very low levels of Japanese beetle, or we all are taking some form of regulatory action in the form of we have our own independent state quarantines, we're monitoring import and exports for Japanese beetle, and we have some form of a treatment and trapping program for the management of Japanese beetle. So once that funding went away, it really kind of caused a lot of concern and anxiety within the nursery industry, which can be expected because the game was going to change for them. So really the first phase ODA needed to go into was educating the JB harmonization plan really became kind of everyone's Bible. I don't want to say how many times I've read this thing over the past year, but really explaining to people about quarantines, what a quarantine is, what it isn't, what the Japanese harmonization plan is, what it isn't. Educating all the various states in the West on all the various shippers in Oregon, what each state in the West is going to start now requiring from them. And unfortunately, it wasn't a uniform landscape. Everybody's a little bit different because there's no federal quarantine. I think that was probably the biggest surprise a lot of folks did not understand. There was not one unilateral regulation that was covering all movement of nursery stock for Japanese beetle movement across the country, which really, really makes this complicated. And some folks really didn't understand why things had changed so quickly, so rapidly that Oregon all of a sudden was not being considered pest-free. And if I have a nursery and I have no history of Japanese beetle, why am I now being required to do these things in order to export my materials? And also, what is considered good enough? What is the minimum amount of work that we would need to do in order to move markets? So that took up a huge bandwidth, which of course segues into, communicating, having those one-on-one conversations with my counterparts in all the Western states, working really closely with the Oregon Association of Nurseries. The OAN were wonderful partners through all of this, really creating a platform for the ODA to get that information directly to the industry through having their updated website, monthly town halls. I was on the phone pretty much every single day, multiple times a day with Jeff Stone at the OAN, strategizing on how we were going to be able to make this work. Among other resources. And of course, working with the OAN also was reaching out to other commodity groups to bring this matter to the attention of the other ag sectors that over time this would be impacting, and trying to take advantage of those other resources such as OSU Extension, Master Gardeners to kind of help us get the word out. Just a really brief thing, an example of sort of what the OAN was doing. They were trying to keep a really up-to-date platform on their website where a grower could kind of go in and at a glance understand where the regulations were standing across the various states in the West. This is updated as only a couple of weeks ago, so this wasn't, before it was a lot of red, before it was a lot of can't ship here, these are the things you need to do. But luckily we're seeing a lot of green because we're in a new stage right now, which I'll explain a little bit later. The nurseries are also independently having to have some communication with their customers and their destination states. And a lot of states were really wanting to understand exactly where a nursery was located, exactly how far away it was from a given trap. And so I shared this map, as dizzying as it is, because this is a map that shows you over the past 3 years where every single trap was placed for Japanese beetle around the known infested sites in the Portland metro area. Like, you really can't see the ground. So we were doing a lot of literally measuring the distance from point A to point B to try to justify to another state, yes, this nursery is not near a positive trap, or this nursery is within 40 miles, 50 miles, 60 miles away from a trap. So I give a lot of credit to our nursery program for having those detailed conversations. And of course, challenge management. Didn't know what else to call this, but for lack of a better phrase, over the course of all these discussions, there were a lot of questions that came up that we simply didn't have the answers to. One of it was, how is our category status going to change? Meaning, if we're going to be considered Japanese beetle infested starting this month, next year, how do we go back? Those were answers I didn't have. Those were questions I didn't have an answer for. There were a lot of things that were confusing in the harmonization plan about how to implement it here in Oregon, because we have a lot of unique situations that popped up in Oregon that, of course, have never have never come up in any other state that I could talk to, even on the West Coast, on the East Coast. So that left some creative thinking on our part to figure out how we could make that work. One of the demands that was going to be placed on a lot of our shippers was that they were going to have to be contracting with an independent pest control company to conduct trapping at their property. And we quickly found the demand for such trapping services was going to vastly outweigh the number of nurseries that were going to need that kind of service. And so that was also becoming a strapping point pretty quickly. And of course, the obvious, the cost of conducting trapping, the cost of conducting treatment in order to meet those requirements was obviously of large concern. And the elephant in the room, what happens if funding is not restored? So all of this is happening in a perfect storm, all within a relatively short period of time over those, between the summer and early 2026. So kind of as I mentioned before a little bit, so the ODA nursery program created a compliance program. Nothing that we've never done before. We do compliance programs at the ODA all the time for various things. This was just probably one of the largest ones to scale that ever really needed to be done in the nursery program, at least in my experience. So for any nursery that was going to be shipping to these Western states, they were going to be required to be placed under compliance agreement. Up until, this early spring to date, we had about 114 operations under compliance agreements. About half of those were going to need some kind of trapping support in order to meet the requirements. And then just as a footnote, New Mexico had their own whole regulatory environment we were having to work with. And so there were 16 growers who had these extra additional agreements they were needing to be into in order to work with New Mexico. So yeah, the terms, pretty complicated, I won't get into them, but they all involve some level of pretty intense trapping, sometimes trapping and treatment, regular certification by our staff, frequent inspections by our staff. And with all this additional workload, there was a question of how the ODA was going to be able to support this. So working with the OAN, having internal conversations, we don't like to increase fees on a willy-whim basis, but this was an appropriate time to have that conversation about increasing fees to support this extra significant workload that the program was going to be facing. And with that support, we did pass a 18% fee increase, which was the first time that fees had been increased for this program since 2016. So it was a big pill to swallow. I'll acknowledge that. However, it had been a very, very long time since we'd gone and asked for a fee increase. And then we pivoted. So come March, we had the end of our short session, funding was reinstated. So about $1.8 million was provided back to the ODA to continue Japanese beetle operations for 2026 and 2027, which is good news, right? But then it also meant the IPPM program now had to very, very quickly ramp up and implement a program that they historically normally would have been picking away to build up for the season starting back in the winter. And now it was, April, and we're saying, okay, there's a huge volume of work that needs to get done in a very short amount of time in order for us to meet the mark. Just to share really quick, a reminder, if you haven't seen this or don't remember where we're at with our numbers in Oregon. And yes, the program started in 2017, 2016. But I think looking at the last 5 years condenses the data a little bit to show some trends that I just wanted to highlight in a little more clean way. So one, the red line indicates acres that we've treated since 2020, and you'll see there's a big dip, right, which is good news. The less we treat is the less chemicals that we're applying on the landscape, and it also means that we're finding fewer and fewer hotspots that warrant pesticide treatment for Japanese beetles, so that's a good thing. And then you'll see in 2023 to 2025, you have the bars, so populations in total are going down, which is good, but you do see the difference between the blue and the green. So blue are the number of beetles that we're finding on a single private residence within Washington County. They have a backyard kind of farm operation that basically has the highest number of beetles within the entire state. So if you compare that to the green, which represents your total number of JB that you're finding outside of that property, small. So if we are able to continually successfully hit that one individual property, that is where we're going to see the most impact for our treatments. And this owner has been extremely cooperative and is supportive of the program. So that is all working in our favor. So trapping for 2026, without having a lot of the planned and runway time that we normally would have to create mappings, we hit the ground using the same plan that we implemented in 2025. So the same number of properties we're aiming to trap and treat and so forth to just go forward, because that was really that was what we needed to do. So again, our detection trapping, we set these up in all the unknown infested areas. We set these around in newly known positive finds, and also we set these statewide. So it's not just within that Portland metro area that we talk about all the time. We're setting traps in Eastern Oregon, Southwest Oregon, Southeast Oregon, all along the Willamette Valley and all along the coast. So to date, we've set just over 3,600 traps with a goal of about just over 7,000 traps for end of the season. And we started these all in about early May, so just after our seasonal onboarding, which also had to happen in very rapid fire, but we were fortunate and got a good crew that are working really, really fast out there. The 2026 treatment area, this is a really zoned out map just to give a really eagle eye view of where we are aiming to treat, or where we are treating this season. So again, the Washington County area, Cedar Mill neighborhood over there on the upper left, that's sort of the hot spot of where the most of our populations are being found. Smaller areas down in Lake Oswego, and then some smaller populations over kind of just south of the Portland airport. And again, we're aiming to treat just under 1,000 acres this year, because again, we're trying to basically mirror what we did the previous year, more or less. Treatments are going really, really well. One thing we also had in our favor was we were able to hire the same contractor that we had used in years past. Again, that was a very last minute phone call, having to call them up to ask if they were still available to conduct the treatments, and luckily they were. I admit I was very concerned that they were going to have moved on to other work and we wouldn't be able to get them back, but that was great. And then, like I said, the residential owner of the backyard farm with that high density JB population was delighted. They were so happy to get the phone call to say, like, yes, we will be back, and if you'll have us, we're happy to apply product on your property. So that's a big win. Overall, the community has been very supportive. We're up to about 80% consent on all private residential properties that we're targeting to treat. And if you're interested, I provided a quick breakdown by county, the number of properties that looks like. And again, to no surprise, the highest number of those properties are in Washington County. Administrative warrants are also part of the project because if we do have a pretty comprehensive process that we go through when we're seeking consent from a landowner in order to apply treatment. There's various waves of emails, phone calls, door hangers. We'll go door to door, knock on people's on their doors to see if we can get permission from them. But we have sometimes people who aren't responsive. And in those situations, we do pursue administrative warrants. We've been doing this for almost the entirety of the program. So we work with the Department of Justice. We work with the counties to get those warrants approved. So Washington County, we had 275 that we were seeking. Those have been granted and were served already just this week, I guess. Yes, just this week. And then we're in progress for working on those warrants for Clackamas and Multnomah counties. Last year, we did have two completely new detections in the state. One of them was in LeGrand and one was in Salem. These are one beetle, one find, one trap, not infestations, but we do, as per protocol, go back to those areas and set high density, so high numbers of traps to really ensure that we're not finding any unknown incipient populations that could be in those areas. And so that's what we call a delimitation. So one is in LeGrand. This was the first Eastern Oregon detection over near the Eastern Oregon University campus. And today we have about 205 traps set to date. The university's been extremely cooperative for having us come on site, set traps. They're helping get outreach out on the ground, and we've seen some notices in the local paper asking for cooperation for us to set traps. So that's been really wonderful to see. Over in Salem, or down in Salem, I guess, over near an industrial park, kind of by the fairgrounds. And today we have just under 300 traps set. And again, park officials and other city officials have been very cooperative to help us with that. And so far, no news. So that's good. So in short, we're on track to complete our program objectives despite the delays. And given the high level of consent, we're optimistic that continued population suppression is likely. We're already at 92% total for the statewide, so we just have to keep going in order to hit their end all goal. And our ability to consistently monitor and treat is really why we're able to be as successful as we are. It's the consistency that really matters. However, we do have significant Japanese beetle pressure for a rather large population just over the Columbia River in Washington and just over the border with our neighbors in Idaho. So those are two hotspots that we are monitoring and concerned about the possibility of them causing new introductions into Oregon. And of course, beyond 2027 remains uncertain at this time, but that's where we are. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chris, thank you. Director Allen.
Yeah, is there any collaboration between Washington and Idaho in terms of how all three states are looking at this?
Yes, there is communication across all three states. So I wouldn't say collaboration per se, because each state has different regulations, different quarantines, but we do all follow similar protocols and how we're able to implement the programs that we're doing. Washington actually took a lot of what they're doing from our playbook. They trained with us. We sent folks up to Washington a couple years ago to show them, how we were doing the work here in Oregon. So they're literally using the same playbook. They just have some different challenges that they're facing. Oregon was lucky, and Idaho kind of the same, in that we're working in more urban areas, which makes this sort of a program much easier to roll out versus when you're working in extremely rural areas. They have tribal lands that they're trying to get access to treat. So their level of consent and cooperation in Washington has not been as successful as ours, which is posing some significant barriers to them to be able to make the progress that they would like to see. And in Idaho, it's a little bit different, but we do keep in contact, yes.
Right. Director Boyer.
Chris, I'm curious, how much does one of these traps cost?
How much does one trap cost?
Yeah.
Director Boyer?
Yes, curious.
I do not know. I'm going to admit,
Okay.
I don't know how much one single. A lot of these traps we've had for a very, very long time. They were purchased back 2016, 2017, and we're able to reuse them over and over because we're only replacing the lures inside the traps. But unfortunately, I don't know how much the lure costs offhand.
Okay, well, that's helpful that they're reusable. I thought they were disposable.
Yeah, Director
No, these are
Director
reusable.
Zielinski may have an answer. Okay.
You can use a lot of different kinds of traps. There's throwaway ones, there's reusable ones. So the price varies, but they're pretty cheap, like $4 or $5, something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
One more thing. So you weren't in the room, but when you mentioned that one backyard landowner, the amazed look on some of my colleagues was really interesting. Can you give me an idea of the size of this one landowner in Washington County?
2.5 acres.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Did you have?
Yeah, Chris, I was going to circle back to the administrative warrants you had to execute. Why so much trouble?
Why so much trouble? Can you elaborate on that, please?
That's a lot. It seems like that's a lot of folks guys had to go and chase down in one county specifically. What was causing that?
Okay. So again, to reiterate, the reason why we go through the effort of seeking the warrants is because we want to ensure that we're getting as much coverage as possible. So we do try to prioritize. So if we have a owner who's being non-responsive to our request for consent, we do take into account where is that property located in relation to other positive finds, so positive traps. So we have a property where We're like, we do know that there's a number of positive catches in that area. We're not able to get their consent. That is worth it to go and try to get access to that property to make sure that we can treat. In the event where we can't treat due to refusals, people refuse consent for various reasons. It could be just personal. It could be because they have medical issues or some other thing. We don't pursue warrants in those situations. We always respect a firm no. And in those instances, our response is typically to just go back and just set more traps, do more concentrated trapping around those locations the following year.
A question I had, Chris, is I was trying to read the product that was up in the right-hand corner. What are we talking about that we're applying for treatment?
Oh, excuse me. Yes. Thank you for the question, Chair Miller. The product that we apply is a granular pesticide called Acelepryn G, which targets the grubs that are in the ground. So this is a soil applicant, and normally we try to apply this as early in the season as we can. One, before the beetles emerge, and two, so we can take advantage of the spring rains. Now, unfortunately, this year, not only did we get a late start, but it was also really dry, as everyone knows. So normally we would have those lovely spring rains, which would help wash that product down into the soil stratosphere, which would help then kill beetles in the ground before they even emerge. There is a wider window. I think ODA typically was applying more on the conservative side in terms of time, meaning we were applying as early as we possibly could. So even though we were applying late, I say late in quotations because late for us, it was still well within the window of appropriate application. And we choose this product because this particular insecticide is marketed to be extremely low risk to people, to pets, to children, and other wildlife, which also includes pollinators. Very low risk to the general population for risk of home and fruits. And for those who do have edible fruits, there's another product with a similar compound that we will apply in those instances if people have edibles.
Thank you for that. And in all reality, I lived in the Midwest for a while, and Japanese beetle was horrible out in our landscape. And to have actually the government say, we'll come in and do some treatment is actually a real benefit. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Josh Zielinski. I just want to thank Chris and everyone at the ODA, our inspectors and stuff that handled this really well. I'm sure everybody was losing a lot of sleep, including you guys. And you didn't have answers because everything was changing all the time. So yeah, I just appreciate the work that you guys did on this.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. And Director Hansen.
Yeah, I want to do a big shout out here. There was tremendous collaboration with the nursery industry moving this along. I think we all knew when we didn't receive the funding last year that there would be market implications. I don't know that any of us anticipated the market implications at the level that they were coming at us and the potential significant loss of markets for the nursery industry along the way. So the collaborative work, OAN's efforts around funding, and then the staff's work has just been outstanding in terms of bringing things together quickly once we had a funding source to get things up and going and on the ground to have a successful season. We just had an all-staff meeting, I think it was last week, and we recognized 3 teams in the agency for excellence in their work, and this aligns with our strategic plan. The Japanese beetle team was one of them, because if you look at it today, it's like they didn't miss a beat, right? And they're out and they're moving. And so they have done amazing work. I would just mention the other 2 teams as well, because I'd feel bad if I didn't. Our RFSI team, Resilient Food Infrastructure Team, that has 3 pilots out where we're doing ag and food work, and then also the Love Guama team for getting that set of Love Guama rules up and on the ground and movement going in that region. So they've done amazing work.
Yes, congratulations. Lots of work. And I guess, Chris, before you leave, one question I would have, in anticipation for future questions about funding, is there any estimate either that the department has or that OAN has on what the dollars of market loss that were potential this last time, to just in anticipation for future discussion? Just so we know about that.
Thank you, Chair Miller. That is the million-dollar question. At present, no, we don't have a good estimate. Unfortunately, back in 2016, the ODA did put together an economic analysis for an estimate of market loss, but that number is really outdated. I think back then we were saying it would estimate to about, I think, $45 million of loss. That's nowhere near the amount that it would be now. So actually, I did reach out to OAN last week to say, hey, can we talk about how to go about getting a more robust, updated figure for that? Because you're 100% correct. Those are the sorts of numbers we're going to need going forward.
Yeah, I'd very much encourage that we have those numbers again to prevent the scramble. So anyway, thank you. Thank you again, and congratulations on the award, Chris. Appreciate it, and good to see you on camera at least. So thank you. All right,
Likewise. Thank you again. Take care.
All right. Well, we are about on time, and in fact, a little early, so you get a 15-minute break. But let's reconvene at 9:45, please. Thank you. everyone.
I got both the servers at the restaurant yesterday to wear them. That's awesome. Those rock them.
All right. I'll call the meeting back to order. And yes, yes.
So we had
Director
someone
Hanson.
else join us, Will Wise from the Oregon Beef Council just joined us, and there are beef snacks at your places as a, thanks to Will. So thank you, Will.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So next, the board is going to hear from Dominica Navarro, Deputy Director of the Oregon Farming Research Foundation. And thank you, Board Member Mike Dill, for facilitating this connection. And we all look forward to hearing about the foundation's work. So Dominica, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. My name is Dominica Navarro.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you. All right.
Excellent. Well, my name is Dominica Navarro. I am the Deputy Director at the Organic Farming Research Foundation, and I'm excited to be here today with you all. I'll just share a little bit about my journey to agriculture in Oregon. I'll share that I did not grow up on a farm, but organic agriculture work is what brought me to the state of Oregon. So I came in 2018 to pursue a beginning farmer training program here in Terrebonne, and I was on a mid-scale organic farm, a production farm, and absolutely fell in love with not only agriculture, but the farming community here in Central Oregon. It's a pretty amazing community, and I'd say just a wonderful place to be. Learning about agriculture, being able to completely engulf myself in Central Oregon agriculture. I'd say it's a different place to be when you start talking about agriculture. When I share with folks that I live in Oregon and I'm into ag work, they immediately think I'm in the Willamette Valley, of course. But I love to share this rain shadow work here that we are doing on the other side of the Cascades, and really just learning to work with nature. And so I'm here to talk not about myself, but mostly about my work here at the Organic Farming Research Foundation. But just wanted to share the how I got here and the fact that I believe beginning farmer training programs are so important to help train the next generation of farmers. So the Organic Farming Research Foundation, which is the organization where I work, and Mike Dill is one of our greatest board members. We have many great board members, but our mission there is to foster the improvement and widespread adoption of organic farming practices. And really our vision is that organic farming can be the leading form of agriculture that can help lead to healthy and resilient people, ecosystems, and economies. And really the OFRF, how we refer to it, has been around since 1990, which is really when federal regulation of organic began. So we've been here since the beginning, and even then before before we were an official organization, but really since 1990, championing the importance of organic farming practices. And I'd say we do so in three veins, our three programmatic veins, which is research, education, and advocacy. And so really research is our bread and butter. It is how we were founded. We recognized that in order to meet the unique challenges of organic farmers, the unique needs of organic systems, really research must also be happening in that same vein. And so identifying and funding innovative on-farm research that advances scientific knowledge and the ecological and economic prosperity of organic farming systems. So we'll talk a little bit more about our research program, but really, you do the research, get all this great information, and then what do you do with it, right? A lot of times that stuff sits on a shelf. But we like to make sure that that information then gets translated and used by farmers themselves. And so really the education arm of our organization is extremely important. And it's really where we translate the research into free educational resources that we provide to farmers, to technical service providers, to policymakers, so that they can understand not only the importance of organic farming, but also so that farmers themselves, technical service providers themselves can really find those answers to the big challenges that farmers are facing. And the last piece, which I mentioned, the advocacy piece, right? We do the research, we educate, but really at the end of the day, advocacy is a huge piece of the puzzle as well, ensuring that federal programs and policies support organic farmers, whether it be through organic research dollars, various programs like crop insurance and things like that. Like, we want to make sure that organic farmers have a voice on the Hill, and that their policymakers understand what they need to be successful as well. So a bit about our values, right? One thing that we are very proud to say is that OFRF is science-based, right? We base all of our findings, all of our educational materials in science, and again, that research piece is so important. We want to make sure that we are supporting interdisciplinary systems-based approaches to agricultural sustainability, and we also recognize that healthy living soils are the foundation of sustainable and successful farming. We advance organic agriculture as a solution to climate change. And lastly, we really strive to understand all the impacts and opportunities in agriculture to ensure a diverse and equitable food system that benefits everyone. I think at the end of the day, you know, it's not about, you know, that whether or not you're certified organic, it's really, do you have the answers to your questions, right? And we believe that if we can find answers to questions for organic farmers, it will benefit all farmers, regardless of that, again, that stamp. So proud to also share that OFRF is a national organization, so we really appreciate the opportunity to be here today talking to you all in the state of Oregon, where I live and where I'm representing our organization, but really our work is national. So, you know, whether it be the West Coast or the East Coast, you know, our footprint has grown over the years. We originated in California as our headquarters in Santa Cruz, but since the pandemic, we've really been able to spread our wings and just really have a greater footprint across the U.S., which means we've been able to reach more organic farmers, more farmers who have questions, who have challenges, and we've been able to help meet their needs. Excellent. Well, now I'm going to go a little bit deeper into some of the work that we actually do with our organic research. I did mention on-farm research. That is one piece that we value so much, working directly with organic farmers. We've had a grant program for many years. We've given over $3 million over the years to traditional on-farm research programs, where we basically help to ensure that both farmers and university researchers work collaboratively together to answer some of the, you know, most pressing challenges that they face. And more recently, we've developed a program called Farmer-Led Trials, where we are actually helping to support farmers themselves find answers to their questions, developing on-farm research trials. We have several resources that I can share. Basically, an executive summary that I brought today of a guide, basically, that shows folks how to do on-farm research trials and things like that. So we're really trying to help people not only find the answers to their questions, but like actually research their questions to be able to find the answers to them, right? So whether it be large scale or small scale, you know, the questions oftentimes, or the challenges oftentimes, you know, are relevant to large or small scale. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes it is a large scale issue versus a small. So anyhow, we try and approach all of these various questions and hopefully find some research that we can fund so that we can produce some educational resources that will help folks out there with their production challenges. So in addition to identifying those challenges and ensuring that the research meets the needs of the farmers, we also like to advance organic research through innovative partnerships. So again, really making sure that farmers and researchers are able to connect. A lot of times, sometimes we hear like that there's a little bit of like a misconnection, right? So maybe we're those matchmakers. We like to be the matchmakers where if a farmer's saying they have an issue and a problem, and a researcher saying, hey, I really want to research this issue and this problem, but I can't find a farmer who's willing to work with me. You know, sometimes it's a little bit of helping the farmer understand how to work with the researcher, and sometimes it's helping to teach the researcher how to work with the farmer. So anyhow, a little bit of matchmaking there. And of course, the professional guidance and resources that we provide for that actual on-farm research that's taking place. And again, after the research takes place, we really like to make sure that that information is actually available. So one of our newest resources that we've created is the Organic Research Hub, hub.ofrf.org. I have some flyers here that I'll put on the table at the end. It is a curated collection of scientific and technical resources to help organic farmers understand and solve their production challenges. I'd say this helps any farmer, all farmers, right? It's basically a hub of research, of farming research. You can type in your issue, your pest of concern, your weed of concern, whatever it may be, and it will search through our hub and it'll pull up resources that may address your concern. And not only that, but we've also provided like research summaries. We've uploaded webinars and podcasts and things. So depending on how you like to learn and how you like to absorb your information, whether it be on the field or in the tractor or on a computer, there are various ways to be able to get that information. And so on. Again, the on-farm resources that we produce for actually doing the research. We have a webinar series called The Seeds of Success, which is great. And again, we like to really highlight farmers doing the work. We like to highlight farmers and researchers working together and just really show that there are so many opportunities to collaborate and not necessarily, feeling like, hey, I have a challenge. I'm the only one that has this challenge, and then kind of like burying your head in that challenge, kind of bringing it to the surface and making sure that hopefully we can work together to find those better ways of going about. So the last piece here is the policy priorities, and I'll run through this pretty quickly here and just say that, again, we're investing in organic research, whether it be at the state or federal level. We very much so believe in amplifying the economic benefits of organic, as well as increasing technical support. So we work with the USDA, we work with the Natural Resources Conservation Services, and so on to ensure that they also have the answers that they need when it comes to questions about organic farming and how to provide technical service for organic farmers. We do a lot of storytelling, which is really great. Again, farmers learn from farmers, and so it's one of the best ways that we've learned to be able to really help amplify those stories, whether they be positive or challenges, right? I think highlighting challenges is helpful because then it makes you feel like you're not the only one that's going through it. So finding ways to highlight the challenge and then also be able to address paths forward. So, why organic, right? I think that may be a question some are having. For us, again, organic is a form of production that, eliminates certain inputs. We believe that organic supports a resilient planet, builds a healthy community, and organic is trustworthy. And we also believe that organic is regenerative. And I know that the term regenerative has really been floating around now, probably more than ever. But we really do believe that, organic is regenerative because it is third-party certified. It is verifiable. It includes a lot of the practices that regenerative also mentions, but organic has a way to verify that these things are actually happening. And so we do have a toolkit. It's called Organic is Regenerative. The QR code here will take you to that, and it has a lot of different sections in it, as you can see outlined here, about the regenerative impacts of organic farming. And so at OFRF, we believe regenerative is awesome, but organic really should be that baseline. So I would love to talk to you now about organic in Oregon. And so we like to do a survey about every 5 years or so. We do it nationally, but of course we have state by state data. So what I'm going to show you here today is a little bit of that state by state data. We collected all of this information in 2026. So this year, we received about 775 responses total nationally. Of that, about 37 were in Oregon. So I have some data points from a few years ago that there are about 500 organic farms in Oregon. So our response here is about 7.5% of that pool. And so basically what I'd like to show here is some responses from some of the organic farmers in Oregon. These responses are either from organic certified farmers or farmers who are in transition to organic. And this first graph here, and I apologize for folks in the back who probably cannot see at all, the letters and the numbers and things, is really what we're seeing here is that the, in comparison to the national results that we received, the most highly produced crops and commodities here in Oregon are going to be vegetables, herbs, and then small fruit and berries, and then all the way over you'll see seeds. And I mean, just rattling off those, categories, like it's no surprise for Oregon. Fruit trees, berries, seeds, veggies, like all of that makes a lot of sense. And I'd also add that while the responses to our results here show kind of low on the dairy, is that dairy is also another Oregon thing, right? We just didn't quite get as many responses from dairy producers. This next slide here shows practice frequency. And so what we're seeing here in the really dark brown at the top is really that almost 75% of organic ag producers in Oregon are utilizing crop rotations. And the next one down, about 40%, is cover crops. And so we like to show in Oregon, or just nationally, however we're presenting our data, like what are these practices that organic farmers are using most frequently? So anyhow, the list here goes down as crop rotations, cover crops, management intensive rotational grazing, and then down to crop livestock integration and intercropping. And I'd say these practices, maybe we can open it up at the end here to see if we feel like these are, practices that are practiced in other forms of agriculture. But I'd say that for organic agriculture, this type of farming, crop rotations, cover crops, crop livestock integration, like that, that's very important. Those are important elements of organic farming. So after we ask them what practices they use, right, we then ask, what challenges are you having? And so some of what we've heard here, dark brown is going to be very challenging. The middle is somewhat challenging, and then the last piece is not challenging at all. But really the first one, and I'm sure many will resonate if you have tried farming organically, is the number one production challenge is controlling weeds. That is definitely a thing. And then the next one here is going to be controlling vertebrate pests. Managing drought is an issue, but is not kind of like the next most highest. I'd say if I go in order, I'll go controlling weeds, controlling vertebrate pests, drastic temperature fluctuations, controlling invertebrate pests, managing drought, sourcing organic cover crop seeds, and so on. And so we do try and ask a series of questions to better understand, again, where their production challenges are, how we can then turn this around and support them at the end. So if I was looking at this and trying to determine where maybe our research needs would be, I would say, of course, controlling weeds, is always up there. We also ask non-production challenges, right? And so here what I'm seeing, the main number one non-production challenge is just managing production costs. And then the next one is finding labor. It goes on. Obviously, there's a lot more. We are going to be releasing our full report in September, so this is just a little bit of a teaser. More so because you probably can't read the texts whatsoever. You just see colors. But again, basically, our goal here is to understand the needs so that we can bring all of this back and address research priorities. So here are the research priorities that we asked the organic farmers in Oregon. Their number one research priority was weed management. And of course, that correlates with also the number one challenge. And the next one down is soil fertility and nutrient cycling. And I'd say the third one here on the list is breeding for organic production. And again, it goes on. Excellent. So I did want to leave just a few minutes here at the end for some questions or any kind of takeaways that you all have. So I will go ahead and pause there and see what you all have for me.
Great, thank you, Director Simonich, and then Director Orem.
Yes, thanks for being here. And I'm the Dean of Agriculture at OSU, so I hope you have good connections with our OSU folks across the board.
Yes.
Although I agree that organic agriculture has some unique issues, I would say organic and conventional have more in common, way more in common. And your answers to the survey, I think, says that way more in common than different. And I know organic certification is a separate thing, or highly regulated, moderately regulated, but really I use the thought in the college and talking with faculty about there being a spectrum, right? And whenever we can be using, if you want to label them organic practices, in conventional agriculture, that's a win. I think most farms that I've seen in Oregon are somewhere along that spectrum, right, of views. So just thank you for being here and sharing the information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Director Orem, and then Director Dill, and then Director Allen.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Eric Orem, for the record. And I'm a conventional farmer. And I will tell you, I'll echo what Dean Simonich said. Pretty much everything on your surveys echoes exactly the same challenges we're having on the commercial side. I will say, though, that I've seen an uptick in conventional growers looking at whether it's organic fertilizer type options to bring something different to our field, especially in the direct seed. We grow dryland wheat. And then we also do trying to integrate cattle into it more also. So I think there are some benefits for everybody, for all of agriculture in this research that you're seeing. I guess my question would be, on your test farms, are you testing like new forms of fertilizer and the compost extracts and teas, and then on the other side, there are some organics herbicides, and are you looking at, are you testing those and doing test plots and stuff? Because I've found that it's very hard to find information about those two things even online. So
yeah, in terms of the product use testing, no, I'd say we're not doing specific product use testing unless it's a question that comes up from one of our farmers who are doing trials. We have not had any to date. I think most of the techniques that are being trialed are don't include inputs. And so it would be interesting to kind of walk down that path a little bit. And I think that one piece that we always are looking to do is to continue to have conversations with both organic and conventional in the room, because you're so correct. These challenges are not new, they're not unheard of, they're very common, and at the end of the day, the research, whether it be organic or organic leaning, I think it benefits all farmers. And so we're really just trying to get the best science out there and hopefully answer the questions that the farmers are having. The piece on the specific products itself, we would have to maybe pursue that a little bit more, just because there's some nuance with how actual chemical companies deal with that. I'm not very familiar.
Well, and I think just to clarify a little bit, especially on the fertilizer side or nutrient side, it was one of your top concerns, I guess, from some of the growers. What is working, and I think what keeps a lot of people from going that way is the access to the soil nutrient, especially on a large scale. So if you're needing to fertilize 1,000 acres instead of a smaller acreage, it's really hard to access bulk amounts of fertilizer or of an organic style fertilizer. So.
Right. I agree.
All right, Director Dill, I think you were next. Director Allen, and then Director Zelinski. Did you put your? Yes. Okay. Next. Okay.
All right. Great. Thank you, Dominica. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Dean Simonich and Eric just mentioned, and give one more plug to the Research Hub and I just wanted to confirm the Research Hub is not just OFRF research. This is like university research and research across the country, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. And I'll if you don't mind, I'll pass the flyer out for the hub to each of you, so you can have a link directly to the hub itself. You can check it out, plug in a question you might have, and see how far it gets you.
Okay. And my real question though was, so we were out on the reservation yesterday, and I know you're doing some work out there. A couple of us when we stopped at the farm, had asked about, other farming that was taking place or growing other crops or whatever. And the answer was like, no, there's not much else going on out here, or we're not, the farmer that we met with wasn't involved in anything else. Are you involved with stuff on the farm or on the reservation? And can you kind of speak to what you're working on out there? Because we didn't hear anything about that yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. So my husband and I do own a small business, Monoto LLC. It is a multi-pronged kind of values-based business. We are based on the reservation there. My husband and my children are tribal members. I do not represent the tribe in any way, so just sharing kind of my personal experiences here. We have, again, a multi-pronged business where we do have a small farm on our property. It's about a 1/4 acre, and we are growing primarily to distribute back to the tribe through their Thursday market program, and we're being supported through like the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance and other local organizations working on food access, as well as trying to get our veggies into like the Early Childhood Education Center and other kind of more agency type of outlets where like tribal members don't have to purchase it directly. And so that's our goal. That's really what we're trying to do. And then the fish arm of our business is, through my husband's tribal treaty rights, and mostly a lot of what we produce and give on the reservation is like donated back to the reservation. So we, donate to the schools, and we provide to like ceremonies and things like that. So really just trying to get first foods and healthy, fresh, local foods into the community however we can. So really it's again, values-based. I don't know that we've made $1 off of it yet, but really, again, trying to get the good food into the local community, as it is very much so a food desert.
All right, Director Allen, I think you were next.
Yeah, I was just wondering, it seemed like I was a little surprised as we've traveled throughout the state, water is a huge issue, and it just seemed to be a little bit further down the concerns before you got from feedback from the other organic farmers. I just wondered what type of research, or if any, that you guys are doing in terms of water efficiency, utilization, and maybe what in the organic sector makes water or drought concerns less of a concern as a priority, because at least in the conversations that we've been hearing, water's like, if it's not number one, it's number two for sure. And so,
yeah. I agree. I would agree. And just from my experience and hearing more like an ear to the ground, I would agree that water seems to be much more of a concern or an issue than was represented on the chart. But I will say, the benefits of organic farming really are the increased water holding capacity in the soil through the increased soil health, increased soil organic matter and things like that, that really help create more resilient soils. So whether it be in times of drought or in times of flood, like the soil can handle it a little bit better. And so I don't necessarily know whether or not that point impacted people's results, but we have certainly, have done case studies and farmer profiles of, post-drought impacts on, fields that were managed organically versus not, or like what they were seeing, the results of the, catastrophe were for their neighbors versus for their operation, and just really highlighting the importance of creating resilient soil health so that we can really, work past these periods of either drought or extreme weather, or extreme rain.
Right, Director Zelinski, and I'm going to go over a little bit of time because there's questions, and I know I had one too. So, Dr. Zelinski, Doctor, isn't that good? Doctor of Nursery, Director Zelinski. It's Friday.
Josh Zelinski. I'm a conventional farmer. Well, I'm a nurseryman in Salem, in the Valley. But my question is more related to. So is all of the funding just from the Farm Bill for you guys, or do you have members, or did I miss something there?
Yeah, no, we are a nonprofit, right? Yeah. So we do a lot of fundraising. We have corporate, foundation, individual donors. We also do rely on government grants. We have strong relationships with the USDA, with the NRCS, and things like that. So it's a diversified pot of funding.
So you're like a liaison for your own fundraised money and government grants and things like that. And you're helping farmers write those grants and stuff like that.
Yeah, we do pass through quite a bit. So, fundraise for our grant program, which is extremely difficult. Yeah. Fundraising for a grant program. And so, we've tried to find alternative
sometimes
methods.
You need a match and stuff like that.
Exactly. And so, it is a part of the reason also why we've developed this farmer-led trials program, recognizing that, we will never be able to match the federal dollars for research, whether it be organic or not. We hope we can one day, but at this point, we recognize that the research needs are still there. So how can we respond to those research needs without necessarily having a large purse or pocketbook? And it's really been to work directly with the farmers through these one-on-one technical service opportunities to answer their toughest research questions on their farm. And so I will show you, this is one here, the executive summary guide to conducting on-farm research. And so this is just a few pages of a much larger document that we work through with farmers themselves to be able to, hopefully make them the drivers of their own research projects, just recognizing that money is hard to come by sometimes. But yeah, we, again, are always diversifying our funding sources and looking for ways to be able to bring it in and push it back out if we can.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, I did have one question, and it regarding the products, and I had the opportunity to chair a organic products company that went public on NASDAQ in 2013, and been around promoting softer chemicals and all that all along, whether they're truly registered organic or not. It's sometimes very hard. And efficacy is probably the biggest hurdle to get farmer adoption for compounds. And when you were talking the research, but you don't do the testing on products that could be used in organic agriculture, I'd really encourage you to think about it. Because again, especially some of the smaller companies that are developing the organic alternatives, and even I was with Dow when Spinosa came about, it was too difficult to do it organically, so we did it conventionally, and then later, now it's registered as organic, one of the largest insecticides used, but especially with weeds was the highest priority target for the companies I've been involved with to deal with getting something organic. So that cooperation, you might be surprised at how much cooperation can come from some of those research trials and taking a look at opportunities for organic product use. And again, you guys can test, does this really work as well as we hope it works? Or at least be the reality check of you're not going to get 95% kill, you'll get a 50. But you can use it for suppression or whatever. And if you want to be using organic because you're organic, or even not, you're conventional but want to use organic, it's something that wasn't in the wheelhouse in your presentation. I was thinking, that's a real opportunity missed. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you. I definitely wrote some notes down, and I'll share that back with our team.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Director Orm.
I think just from my experience with especially herbicide companies, that those organic startups might be a good source of funding too for you.
Yes.
Especially if you're trying out their products and testing their products.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Excellent.
All right. Thank you for joining us. And Mike, thank you for the idea of having her join us at this meeting. Appreciate that.
Do you mind if I leave a few resources on the table?
No, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Super. Okay. Good deal. All right. We kind of extended a little bit, but I think we're going to be fine. Next on our agenda is the Project One ODA updates, which is very comprehensive, exceedingly important, and we've staked a lot of it focus on budget focus for a while on this. So if we could, Ryan, if you could come up, and it looks like Jonathan's going to be joining you as well. Thank you.
Chair Miller, Director Sharples-Hansen, members of the board, Jonathan Sandow, Department of Ag. We're going to kind of co-team this. Ryan's going to do the bulk of the presentation, but just trying to, I think, really wanting to pick up kind of where we left off that conversation yesterday, right? You graciously all came back on a little time machine journey with me. We walked through all those stages. But really, this is what we kicked off about a year ago around looking at really how are we able to improve how we operate internally, but also then deliver the services to everybody else, because those go hand in hand. Those are not like how we work, as an agency, how our staff are able to get the work done is direct correlation in terms of how we're able to deliver, everything that we do on the landscape. And so really taking that time and opportunity to do that, it's, we looked at a lot of different ways, different methods of how pathways into this work, putting it, asking the fee payers to really pick this up in terms of a huge investment was a heavy lift, right? And so that's why we went and looked at those, general funded back bonds to be able to really, really work through this. It is an IT project in terms of, how we're funding it, how we're moving through it, but it really is this agency-wide effort and looking at the technology stack to say, okay, how is this thing going to be able to amplify everything that we want to do, recognizing that we have to improve, kind of re-engineer some areas and not some areas that we're doing pretty well in. So it was, it's a big challenge. It's a big opportunity to be able to kind of look across the landscapes. And why we're bringing it here, kind of a year into it, is really, why are we talking about, maybe, on paper, just an IT project, right? This is going to change how we do work inside the agency, and this is going to change how folks interact with our agency and do business with the Department of Ag. And so that's why I think it is, we want to take, we are asking for the time to be able to talk to, to the board, to folks about this, because this is a big lift. It's a big opportunity, but it's also then going to be, kind of a big change, all for what, I think all for the better, right? But like, it will be a big change on how we conduct our business, how folks conduct business, with us in that exchange of interactions. And so, Ryan, we're going to kind of walk through it, but, it's, please stop, ask questions. If Ryan's given this presentation a few times, we've heard it a few times, as a team. And so, things might seem natural to us and we move through it. And so please stop, ask questions, and we're happy to have this kind of ongoing conversation, because it takes a lot of folks, it takes a lot of minds, and it's going to impact a lot of what we do.
Thanks. Chair Miller, Director Hansen, and members of the board, good morning. And thank you for the time this morning to help update you on this big project at our agency. For the record, my name is Ryan Schlunz. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Oregon Department of Agriculture. As Jonathan said, at its core, this project, One ODA project, is about improving the people that we serve, as well as how we work together across programs inside the agency, trying to reduce some of the fragmentation that makes both serving our customers and working together internally harder than it needs to be. It's about operating a more connected, modern, and sustainable agency in support of our ultimate vision to create a resilient tomorrow for generations to come. About 30 years ago, we created a modern operating environment, and it served us incredibly well, and we applaud that and celebrate that internally. It's not what will get us through the next 30 years, and that's an important part of this project. Again, technology is helping to enable it and facilitate it, but this is an organizational transformation more than a technology transformation. From a very practical perspective, we are replacing technology. We have a series of projects to replace some old software and some older systems that support that software that are misaligned and causing us difficulty in how we serve our customers as well as how we work together. And so this is about creating a more modern set of systems that help to transform the agency and how we serve our customers. Even more practically, it's 3 projects. One that is a Windows computer. We call it the Foundation Project. It's moving us from a Mac operating system to a Windows operating system. This better aligns with other agencies. It better aligns with not just agencies in this state, but also at the federal level. Allows us to move data more easily between us and other agencies. We then also have a second project that's our replacing a 13-year-old customer and licensing system. This is where our customers start to see and interact with the agency. And then we have what we call everything else, the expansion project. These are all of our internal systems that are connected to our licensing and customer systems that help us to do everything from certifications to field inspections and track all of that. These systems have grown over the last 30 years and become more and more fragmented and disconnected. And so those are the 3 major projects that we are working through. This is a high-level timeline of where we're at, a little less than halfway through if you look at the red line. And that takes us through April of next year to complete our CRM and licensing system when we expect to go live. That's just ahead of our June online renewal season. And so we're timing that neatly between December renewals and June renewals and making sure that we're ready and our customers are ready for it. And at the same time, we're rolling out our Windows computers internally, finishing those up by the end of this biennium. And then we'll kick off our expansion project and do everything else, the stuff that's internal to us, carrying us through the end of next year. There will be some systems that will take beyond the 2027 for us to do, but we'll prioritize the big ones that make us most effective internally first. Once again, the goal is not just deployment of software. It's about improving how we operate and how customers experience the agency. And probably a bit more importantly is as we have an opportunity to design something new that our customers see and that we see ourselves, we recognize that for many customers and our staff internally, it represents a significant workflow and familiarity change. The buttons you push and you click are changing. That's a big part of what we're designing for is not just a software upgrade and transformation inside, but how people interact with it. We want to make sure that we're cognizant of user experience as we are going through. So we've got endeavors on our project or our projects that keep that front of mind as well. A big question that comes up with any project of this size, and it's come up a lot internally, is what's different? Why is this one going to succeed where perhaps other IT projects haven't? The first is that this is an IT project. We've made this an agency project. This is a really important part about this. This is going to transform us as an agency and how we interact with our customers, and IT is just helping to facilitate it. So fundamentally, changing that mindset alone has made this stand out as one that's going to be different than other projects we've tackled. If it were just an IT project, I'd say its chances of succeeding are lower. As evidence of that, this is much, much larger list than the people in our IT department. We have 7 people who are supporting us on an IT perspective. We have added, through some of the funding we received, 3 additional people dedicated to this, temporary staff to help us through this project. We're also going out to bring in outside contractors to help us on the IT side. But the rest of this list majority of this list represents the people who actually do the work and serve the customers every day, and our leadership. It's another important piece of this is we have leadership actively involved in this. This is a part of the agency's strategic plan, not a technology strategic plan. So that's different. Input is also another differentiator of this project. We've surveyed folks internally to find out what about this project they're most concerned about. The bigger concern at this point is really not the vision or the why we're doing this, but how it's going to impact them, how it's going to impact their ability to serve our customers, what sort of training they're going to get, the timing of it. We're moving pretty quickly, and those are the biggest concerns. And honestly, those concerns are reasonable, and just not being worried about the destination is a big hurdle that we got past that, and people are bought into and understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. But they're worried about the disruption along the way. And so there will be moments, as with any transformational change, whether it's technology related or not, where things might feel slower and will feel slower or more awkward or frustrating. And that's normal in a transformation this size. We're not expecting people to absorb it all at once. So we've built in training. We've built in organizational change management. That's part of the outside folks that we've brought in, is to help us understand and absorb the change in a reasonable way. Good communication, good transition planning. These are not side activities, good training. These are core and fundamental to the project. One more thing that's different is, just like when you're trying to plant and grow something, timing is everything. We are intentionally trying to avoid dragging uncertainty and transition over a long period of time, over many years, like many technology projects either require or end up taking. The longer that organizations stay stuck between old systems, maybe the way we've operated for the last 30 years and the way we want to operate with new systems, the harder that experience becomes for everyone. And so part of moving deliberately is helping the agency to stabilize and realize our future operating environment sooner, rather than living in it indefinitely and having to experience the pain associated with transition. And so again, this work is difficult. There will be bumps along the way, but it's difficult because it matters. It matters to us, and it matters to the customers that we serve. And while there will be some bumps, we genuinely believe the agency that we're building on the other side of this will be much stronger and far more resilient and perfectly aligned with what we're trying to achieve as an agency. That's it for the presentation, so happy to take questions.
Director Sharplow Hansen.
So as an agency, we're excited and nervous around the project, and because it's a big one. But I wanted to just give you a sense of what this does when we talk about bringing the agency together. So talk about how many disparate databases do we have in ODA in their little silos?
Good question. It is in excess of 200 of the small databases, in addition to our licensing database, which is a single database system that has about a half a dozen really core databases to it.
All Excel, what's?
Yeah, so that does not include Excel standalone databases, one-offs that people have created. So excellent question, Chair Miller. That is just the FileMaker ones, which is the platform that we've used for the last 20 years, roughly, to build these systems, where IT is supporting them. A few FileMaker databases have been created by some of our folks in programs, but no, those that in excess of 200 is just counting the ones that IT has helped to develop over the last 20 years.
Yes. So this is the first agency-wide IT project, I think, that ODA has really undertaken to bring us together, along with, we have some old technology in the server room that causes me to lose sleep on a regular basis. And hopefully Ryan too. Yeah. And so being able to lift this up, connect the agency, we've talked a lot about One ODA as a philosophy, and creating a One ODA culture. We've been talking about how we think about serving our customers, through ag services and changing the way we do our work. This is one of the places it's going to help us, because think about the opportunities in terms of efficiency in deployment across the agency rather than the individual components of 38 different programs within one agency. 38 different programs, over 200 different databases.
Yeah, and if I can, Sharmila, I think, Ryan touched on it. I think we've alluded to it a lot, and I just want to reemphasize that this is a deliberate process that we're going through. Like we have chosen to embark on this, and there's, there are these, chances that we get every now and then to say, we want to be able to, to really engage on this. I hesitate saying control it because it sounds like we're trying to, we have a fixed, kind of a fixed, endpoint, but it really is saying this is us realizing that the way that we're doing, operating, the way that we're delivering these services this is our chance to really re-engineer, re-envision it. And to Lisa's point, it's, when folks interact with our agency, right now we see them kind of, like you might exist inside of these 200 databases multiple times in multiple versions, and that's really difficult for everyone engaging with us. It's really difficult for us internally to be able to make all that work and connect and deliver that experience. When somebody engages with ODA, they expect to be just engaging with ODA, not even multiple pathways into a single program. And so by being able to bring this together, by giving, these public facing portals and interaction points to have this kind of unified, capacity and vision, that is really what we're striving for, and reducing that friction, reducing these pain points, and really kind of looking at that in a manner that says, now how do we build on this? How are we able to iterate over and over again on a durable system, to adapt for, the changes, not even way in the future. I mean, if we had this conversation, 5 years ago, it would be wildly different, because the introduction of, AI and all these other applications, we wouldn't have even comprehended back then. What are we going to be talking about in 2030? We can't even predict, but by doing this work, by being able to build it on a durable, iterative system, we're going to be a lot further ahead than where we are today.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, and I've got a couple, so. Oh, okay. One, I really love seeing the list of people, leadership, et cetera, because again, this is a enterprise-wide focus for change in thinking, management, doing things, et cetera, and everybody's got to be bought in. And so it's not just up to you, it's up to the whole team to make that. And I say that only because I was on one failed ERP and we lost a CEO over it. And but under two successful, and one just recent successful, about the same size, and not quite the complexity with all the programs. But again, everybody's got to buy in and into it. So I'll emphasize there. A second tangential question, since we're IT-ishing it, is I don't know what the state's policies are on AI, and that may be, maybe there isn't anything real clear, but is there anything in place in that regard? Because of course, anyway, I'll just ask that.
Sure. Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the comment and acknowledgement of the importance of not just leadership's involvement, but the entire agency's involvement. It's been core to the success so far in this project and will remain core to its success long term. With regards to the question on artificial intelligence policy at the state, the state has adopted the use of Microsoft's Copilot platform as its artificial intelligence that's allowed, just the chat side of it, and a little bit of coding side of it. And that policy is under Nick Blosser is now expanding. And so there are a number of pilot projects and some that are already in place at many agencies where we're beginning to explore the possibilities of how we use it at the state. So policy is developing. Right now, Microsoft's Copilot is the only officially supported AI tool, and it's really just sort of the chat and the question and answer, and using it with only level 1 and level 2 data at the state. We have adopted Microsoft's Dynamics platform as the ERP that will drive behind this One ODA, the series of systems we'll build One ODA. And that aligns nicely with where we'll be able to say, okay, let's insert Copilot right on top of this now. How can we make use of Copilot and its technologies to get faster answers for our customers, or whatever it is that we're able to do with it? So that's part of our decision choice, was about alignment with the state so that we can make use of those technologies as well as quickly as possible.
Well, that's refreshing that the policy is in place, and maybe we heard about that before, but I don't recall, because a lot of folks in industry and others are struggling with how far, how fast, confidentiality, et cetera, you go. But to start slow, get it going, and then look at what tools can really be helpful, especially in the research area. There's, a lot of work saved in looking at researching there. So great, excellent. Lisa, did you have something to add on that?
Wrap.
Okay, you could wrap it up.
So if there aren't any other questions, I just want to express my gratitude to the legislature for entrusting this with us, and the vision that came from the staff. I mean, Jonathan played a big part in building this vision and thinking of a different route in terms of the funding, using the general fund-backed bonds that had not been on our radar at ODA as an option to think about it in an investment like this. And so there's been a tremendous amount of creativity. Ryan's, expertise that he brought to the agency when he came to the agency, and just, everyone sticking with us, because it takes a lot to get an IT project through state government. I mean, we're still in some phases of approval along the way, but we're making it. And again, tremendous gratitude for entrusting the resources that have been invested in this with us to see the improvement that we can make and the vision that's gone into it.
Great. It's not a sexy subject, but it is so fundamental to success. So good job, good work, and part of the strategy, a big piece of the strategy. So kudos. All right. Thank you, unless there's other questions. Okay. Oh, yes.
Just a comment. I mean, all I hear from producers out there how difficult it is to get in for their multiple permits. So this is really exciting. And now I get to be a messenger because I know more. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Weil.
Excellent. All right. Well, we are running a little bit ahead of time. And so one of the things that we can do is, just to try to save us time toward the end, we have a public comment period that starts at 11 o'clock. So we've got 15 plus minutes right now. And what I point ourselves to is was there anything in addition? This morning we heard, and we might actually additionally include what we're going to hear from the Department of Energy in the quarterly Ag Quarterly report, so I'll flag that. But was there anything else this morning that we heard? And I will add, too, that I missed something. In the water quality report, the compliance numbers were a wow factor for me, and it sounded like, you being more close to it, Director Boyer, even a wow factor. I think we should put that front and center, or have a special article on that to highlight that we can point to from our report to say within this newsletter is, because that's something that I don't think people realize, the success of what this state in particular's leadership on non-point source has been. And so that might be something I will add. But anything else, Dr. Zielinski? And we could look at butterfly. Yeah, we could look at butterfly bush.
I just think maybe in that you could tie in that site visit to that seed cleaner happened to be right between the two SIAs or SIAs, whatever you want to call them, which was something I knew that there was projects going on, but I didn't realize that the water quality in the ODA had prioritized certain parts of the state. And so for me, that was all kind of new, and just actually being in one of them was cool.
Great. Anything else? And we'll still, hold other things for after we hear from Department of Energy. Did you have something?
I have one other issue that I think we should talk about is like locations for 27, if there are any ideas.
Oh, okay, if we can start talking about 27, because, yeah, yeah, it is almost here. Yeah, we can definitely do that, and, yeah, let's do that right now.
So just like looking ahead to 27, it's a long session year. So I think our first quarter meeting really traditionally has been in Salem, needs to be in Salem. It keeps us close to the work when we need to respond quickly, and also provides opportunity if you all want to do legislative visits again. But then thinking toward the rest of the year, where do we want to move around the state in terms of regions? And John could do some work to try and help us identify some possible locations to narrow that down so he can get some of that work started.
I'll also add that I've been working with some of the natural resource agencies to potentially do joint meetings next year. The Fish and Wildlife Commission has offered to host us, I believe, still need to fully confirm in December, the 16th and 17th there in Salem at their building. So if that's still of interest, that's an option.
In 27.
Yeah, 27.
We had talked about that being a priority agency to work with, so great, good, okay. I've also heard, not that I'm biased to Southern Oregon, but I'll call it further Southern Oregon, something, definitely we were in southeast or south central, but is there anything from a standpoint of Medford and Grants Pass that we might want to look at? Yes.
Yeah, when I look at the list that we have in our books back to 2015, I don't see a lot in here for Central Point, Jacksonville, that region.
Yep. Okay, so let's look.
You have a experimental station over there too?
Well, in Central Point, but that's because there's agriculture there, right? Yeah, anyway. You're gonna hear a lot about the, yeah, there's issues down there too, of course.
Oh, there's a lot of issues down there. So I think part of the challenge is actually finding a place like this. This is great. I mean, to all have a meeting in the same place and being able to have catering. And, a lot of times we task John with some interesting locations where we're having to figure out, where we're going to slaughter the steer to have dinner and things. So anyway, but yeah, so if you could start working on that, and there'll be another chair at that time. So obviously any biases that new chair may have on where they might want to go to. So, but is there anything else other than south?
I just had a question on the Salem one. Would it be in February or?
It's March 3rd.
We have a date.
Yeah, because we're trying to stick, right? Yeah, March 3rd. We're trying to stick with that first weekend. I know that's hard for you for the nursery, and hard for me because I'm going to be not on this continent, but yeah, okay. So anyway, okay. All right. Yes, Director Orem?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to extend the invitation to invite the board to Boardman. I think there is a lot of things going on, and we talked about it a little bit at the last meeting, I believe. We have we're right in the heart of the La Guama water nitrate issues. We have the Port of Morrow. We have the data servers centers going in. You are 10 miles north of the largest proposed solar project, in which we'll hear more about solar siting probably with our next presentation. There's some projects that have already broke ground just this last week. So I think there's just going to be a lot to see right there. You have 3 Mile Farm, and there's just a lot to see there. So that would be an option, I think, sometime, either if it doesn't fit. I think this year would probably be more crucial with what we've been dealing with and what's been going on in that area. But, if we had to, 27 would be fine too. So.
Well, I think we're already set on 26s, but for 27, what I'm hearing is is Salem, because the legislature will do visits and things. I'm hearing Boardman.
That's what I meant, 20.
Oh, 20, sorry. Okay, all right. 20, we're talking Boardman is a possibility. And then we were hearing the OF&W meeting in December. And then we were hearing the Central Point, Grants Pass, Medfordish, whatever. So that, if that's okay with everybody, thank you, Director Hanson, for bringing that up so we can kind of get that figured out and locked in early. And I'm sorry, you did have a comment, Director Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add to Eric Orm's comment. We haven't been back to Boardman since 2015, so that's a good spot to go back to.
Good, great, excellent, excellent. That sounds good. Okay, we have 9 more minutes and.
Chair Miller.
Yes.
June or September? What's a better month?
It wouldn't matter.
Okay,
I was just going to say I can help John with.
Thank you.
that's great, excellent.
Yeah, there's a good location at the port for
Good.
for hotel and meetings right there.
Perfect, perfect, great.
We're gonna go to Eric's house.
Are you going to have a barbecue? All right, good, excellent. All right, we do have a few more minutes, and the other thing we had kind of postponed a little bit was in looking at the biennial report to the legislature. Was there any other thoughts on that list? Because I think we added to that list water, and what else did I say earlier? I can't remember, but from a priority standpoint, we'll hone in on it next time, but go ahead. No, but we have a few minutes. Go ahead, Director Lopez.
I was going to comment on Chris's presentation and also on, oh my goodness, I just forgot her name, the organic presentation as well.
Dominica?
Dominica, thank you.
Okay. And that's more for the quarterly versus biennial. Yeah, but yeah, good point. Good point. All right. Yes, Director Dill.
It's not related to the biennial report, but I was wondering if there's some avenue, if we have time, whether it's this meeting or the next meeting, to talk a little bit more about the extended producer responsibility. I know we had that comment, and I think it's a big topic, and I hate to say this, but I think a lot of agencies and a lot of folks were not on top of this early enough. I know I asked a question at an ODA meeting like 2.5 years ago or 2 years ago about like, hey, is ODA sharing this with producers? And the response was, we don't know what it is. And I was like, oh my gosh, like in my world, in sustainability and in the private sector, it was like, I couldn't open up my email without seeing something about EPR. But then there were so many people that knew zero about it. And I think it caught a lot of folks by surprise. So I think it's a good conversation to have. And, you know, I'm one of those people that I was monitoring the recycle bin here in the room. And I can, because of that, I understand why we are where we are with EPR, and we need something like that because half of that has to be sorted out or it's just going to go out to trash. And that's the whole idea. So anyways, I think just having a conversation about EPR, having a presentation, which I'm excited is on the agenda for next meeting, correct?
Correct.
So I can hold tight on that, especially since the reporting deadline was last week. So a lot of producers are we're done for this year, except I think there's a lot of people that will be reporting late. So anyways, it's a big conversation. Again, I just want to make sure we have it at some point.
Well, we definitely have to have it, and I was probably more biased in pushing us to have a more aggressive approach at this meeting. But I think it's a thoughtful focus that there's a lot going on in the mix. We have heard what the comments are, and also too on the other side, the importance of making sure we do this correctly and right and what makes sense. And so I do, unless there's somebody saying, hey, from an urgency standpoint, because some people, received a $100,000 bill and are sitting on it, and do you pay it, do you not, when there's litigation pending, and it's a tough deal. But I think it makes sense to have us hold off and learn more about it at the next meeting. But Director Dill, further?
Yeah, just one more follow-up. I think considering that California is in their process, and we just had to report 2023 data to California so they can try to establish their baseline and fees. And then Washington is just getting started as well. So I had to register with Washington, California, Oregon now. So there might be 3 of those invoices coming in the future, but maybe we get someone that knows a little bit about California and Washington too, for any of the producers that are exporting to other states.
And other states, and the litigation that could change a lot, and. So, yeah, I think this could be a really, really beneficial discussion for many. Okay, Director Zelensky.
This was completely off my radar. Like maybe Japanese beetle was off of yours, like things are important to us and not important to others, but this is a pretty big deal because I'm assuming you're passing these costs on to consumers, and everybody knows like the grocery bill is just getting too big for a lot of Oregonians. So
if you can.
And they're going to have to choose, between worse food or good food. Yeah,
nursery containers are definitely part of this. So.
I don't know. Madam Chair.
Yes.
It does raise up a good question. Maybe potentially Director Mogg could help us navigate this with rounding up people that might know more about this than us.
Yeah, any input that any of us have, absolutely on it from I've been in the trenches for a while on this subject, and so I'm a little crazily biased, but okay. All right. Okay. All right, well, we are exactly, we're 3 minutes early for our public comment, but we do have, and we can start setting up for it. So we do have 3 people to join us, and I'd be fine to have all 3 come up. At this time, we have Mickey Killingsworth is in person. And so if Mickey can come forward, and then just to tee up online, we'll have Mickey go first. And then we have Jan Lee, who is virtual, and Trey Jones, who is virtual. And if everybody, and again, and there's another on the list. Sorry. Okay. And Gary Hansen. Harris. Reed Eland, Gary Harris, sorry, not that I didn't talk to you last night. So Gary, if you want to come forward too, that'd be fine. But what we're limiting to is 3 minutes. So we'll give you a little bit of a warning, and just appreciate you being here, those virtually and those in person. So thank you.
Director and board members, I'm Mickey Killingsworth. I represent Jefferson County Farm Bureau. I'm a sheep producer southeast of Madras. And I always tell everybody, you need to be careful because all sheep producers, we're ready to fleece you anytime we can. So that's the joke. I want to thank you for having the meeting in Jefferson County. You did it a few years ago, because we really view that Jefferson County is the heart of agriculture in Central Oregon. We have the tractor dealerships, the fertilizers, the cleaning plants. We also, as you have learned, lots of drought. So my first topic, I have 3 things I'm going to go through really quick. There's a drought council, and I talked to your water specialist yesterday when he finished, and his name's like vodka something. I don't know his name, but I got the vodka part. Anyway, the Drought Council is set up when he was talking about all those 14 agencies that touch, with water and touch agriculture. It's set up with a lot of those agencies. The problem is when the governor declares a drought declaration, she just declares it, and it needs probably to be worked with her natural resource staff to change how it's just declared, to add it so it's more widespread and looking at the drought impacts. It's not just a one-time drought declaration, because that beneficial use really impacts you if you are an irrigator. And so to me, that's really key. if you guys could work with them and look at that, because you're the agency that really argues for agriculture when the drought declarations, and it goes to that drought council. And you represent us as producers. Number 3, our County Farm Bureau uses your land use and other resolutions that the board has. We go through them, we use them when we go to hearings. We have testified in the last couple years. Every time you've done some resolutions, we have submitted input. So we think they're important for you to have, and we wanted you to know how we do use them. We use them outside of your agency, and we use them. And then number 3 is, so the canola rapeseed rack has been a total disaster. Our Farm Bureau has been involved in the very beginning. And actually, Mike Weber got the original designation of the district. So it's just been a disaster. And the meeting on May 28th was even a bigger disaster. I would encourage you to watch that meeting and then watch how DLCD runs a rack. And these are the highlights. First of all, it was my understanding the governor gave an executive order last year that all racks are to have a public comment period. And it wasn't just for DLCD, was my understanding. And DLCD had to put that in place. Every time they had a rack meeting, there was a public comment period. Then the other thing is list the members and areas that they represent on the agenda. Do a roll call and representation at the beginning, even everybody virtual. And state the purpose of the rack at the beginning every time the rack meets, so anybody zooming in will know what the purpose is, and make sure you have a public comment period sometime at the end. And that's my recommendation. We're confused because of everybody in the valley with canola is trying to take us, and they are legislatively dictated what they're doing. We are not, and it's been very frustrating, and knowing the history, and it, as you said earlier, it was very confusing getting the history straight, getting what is legal. And probably what would have helped is at every meeting, a legal statement that says, this is our jurisdiction only every time. So when anybody zoomed in, they knew where the legal bounds were. And it's been frustrating. We appreciate that you're gonna move forward with rules. We appreciate that she was very conscious of rules to get everything moving fast on the timeline. We will be, as producers, moving forward at a county level, and Jonathan knows, we've talked to him what we're gonna do. Okay. But it's been frustrating because the valley people don't understand we're not them. And we're not legislatively controlled, we're controlled by the limitations offered by ODA.
Yeah, we appreciate those comments, and I'll say this, I think any improvement we can do in racks, I know my involvement in a lot of racks from a lot of agencies is Department of Ags was the best I've participated in, but I think we can look at improvements given what you have just said. So appreciate your comments on that. Okay, we said we were going to move to Jan Lee next virtually, and then Troy Jones, you're up, and if you would also include the organization you represent, that would be helpful. Jan Lee?
Yes, I will. I cannot get my camera to work. It worked a minute ago, but it's now not working.
Hey, no worries. We hear you well.
Pardon?
We hear you well, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you. I am Jan Lee, Chair of the Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District Committee, and we continue to have concerns regarding the conversion of agriculture lands that are protected under Land Use Goal 3. Attempts to convert agriculture lands based on legislative concepts to expand the urban growth boundaries, to site data centers, and conversion for siting energy projects continue to concern our district and other districts around the state. And the protection has really become more difficult now that we do not have someone in the land use position in the agriculture department, the position that Jim Johnson formerly filled. So we really need that position restored if there's any way to possibly do that. I look forward to the reports from DLCD Director Bateman and Odo Director Brennan that will be addressed later this morning. As work progresses to define barriers to siting energy projects, I would appreciate hearing from the directors that there will be careful analysis in the proposed expediting siting that will not impact on agriculture land Scope 3 protection. As Clean Electricity Policy 2A in the Governor's EO 2529 cites, there is intent to minimize and mitigate any negative impacts on natural and working lands. We concur with the Department of Ag's board that there should be a cap on the amount of farmable acreage dedicated to solar or other renewable programs, perhaps 25% on a property. And further, just protecting class 1 and 2 top quality soils is problematic as other soil categories, especially if they're irrigated, rise to a higher designation and are necessary to fill the agriculture landscape. In the case of solar and wind projects, due to their intermittent operation, battery stations may be required for backup, and that would require additional farm or forest lands to be taken out of production. Compensatory mitigation may benefit a particular landowner or a county government, but it does not maintain the value that agriculture lands have to the state and the production those lands provide. And given international conditions, we may need to start worrying more about food production and farm products having a high local value. I would also encourage Odo to follow the development of renewable geothermal deep wells, as that could be a substantial tool for our future. And a 10-acre parcel of land can provide 50 megawatts under that technology. There is a project right now at Newberry Crater that is a demo being produced, which we can see how that works out. Conservation districts are local governments serving all the citizens of the state, so we would appreciate the opportunity to be included in the procedures as are other local governments as things move forward. And while I'm speaking, I also want to commend both directors and also Lisa from my position as a member of the Water Resources Commission for their work in helping to implement the integrated water resources strategy. Thanks for the opportunity to share our concerns.
Great. Thank you very much, Jan. Next, we'll go to Troy Jones virtually, and then Gary Harris.
Good morning, Chair Miller, Director Charpellos Hanson, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Troy Jones. I live at 22335 Gap Road in Harrisburg, Oregon. I represent a large group of farmers, ranchers, and rural neighbors called Friends of Gap Road. Friends of Gap Road stand strong in their opposition to a proposed 1,588-acre photovoltaic solar facility in the I-5 corridor just 10 miles east of Harrisburg in the Willamette Valley, called Muddy Creek Energy Park. Our efforts in opposition have provided us with a true and real educational journey, learning of regulations and laws aimed to protect our Oregon farmlands. Friends of Gap Road want to applaud this board's continued strong stance regarding energy development on agricultural lands, specifically Resolution 318, and perhaps more importantly, the fact that it requires alternative considerations prior to deciding on high-value EFU lands. As of the 2022 census, Oregon has lost over 660,000 acres of lands EFU lands to a multitude of industries, including solar sightings. Based on recent orders by Oregon's current leadership, we anticipate continued pressure on the Department of Agriculture to lessen their stance in regard to Resolution 318. We urge this board to hold to your values, your principles and beliefs, to continue protecting Oregon's farmland from inappropriate use for our future generations of Oregonians. Thank you very much again for your time today.
Thank you, Troy, for your comments. Appreciate those. And next we have for public comment, Gary Harris.
I'm Gary Harris, and I'm an odd duck because I'm a Republican, and I believe in land use, and I've been a lifelong farmer. I gave you 2 documents. The first one is just a brief summary of what I'm going to say, and the last is 10 pages that I gave in testimony to one of the bills in Salem. The first page is my bio, so you can read about me, and the rest of some of the stuff there's an economic statement of North Unit in here. There's maps of what's happening to Culver and Metolius in there. It's the Bible that I believe in. My do list for ODA is changed. All the faces I see are new since the last time I talked to you guys. But Hector McPherson and Tom McCall would roll over in their grave if they saw what's happening to the attempts at what's happening to farmland in Oregon today. And I'm going to encourage ODA to reestablish and not stop their land use protection unit. I also want you to encourage and try to get a ban on small scale nuclear in the state of Oregon. That legislature needs to change. We need small scale nuclear and other power alternatives in this state other than solar and wind. I was told that Sherman County's got 240,000 acres of dryland wheat ground. There's currently 80,000 acres of solar panel applications in place. A third of their land wants to be solar. I also want to speak against anybody who wants to ban natural gas, our cleanest form of energy, fossil fuel energy. We need to re-energize the Jordan Cove project. We need a deep water port in Coos Bay. We should be exporting natural gas. We should be exporting timber. We should be exporting agricultural products that don't have to come up the Columbia to Portland. We could also have a fuel refinery there. Why should I depend on diesel being made and brought to me in a pipeline from Seattle? There's a lot of opportunities with Jordan Cove, and that should be worked on. We used to have a fertilizer dealership in the Tri-Cities area in Pasco. We use natural gas to make urea fertilizer. All fertilizer in Oregon today comes from overseas and foreign lands, except for some phosphate. It's crazy that we're not generating our own nitrogen fertilizer right here in Oregon. House Bill 2709 passed several generations ago, or sessions ago. It enabled every city, all 240 cities in the state of Oregon, to have a 20-year growth ring, which says you have to have a 20-year supply of industrial and housing land within your urban growth boundary. Those designations for those 240 cities should be amended. It should be a county responsibility and not a city responsibility. We need that change. The small burgs of Culver and Metolius, you'll see examples here, which were potato warehouses and on the railroad tracks. The small burgs of Donald and St. Paul in the valley, those places don't need to grow into mega cities across our farmland. That change needs to be taking place. Jefferson County Commissioners could decide where growth should go, not in Culver and Metolius, but can go east on the Sagebrush Hills east of Madras. I want you to continue to support water conservation and storage projects for North Unit. We know you've heard the drought story, and we know that those projects have to go on for this district to remain whole. I'm upset with the misplaced use of retail farm stands. Farm stands were okay. The legislature now is going to allow for a whole proliferation of new farm stands out on farmland that we don't want on our high-value farmland. I do not want ADUs to be allowed in EFU lands. Young farmers, you buy land at farmland prices, you sell farms at farmland prices. No young farmer wants to buy a farm that's encumbered by a house and another dwelling or a farm stand. Farmland should remain farmland. The last point I have is ag overtime is hurting me severely. They gave a break to dairymen. They didn't consider people like us in North Unit who have to irrigate. We're running scarce supplies of water around. I change water at least every 12 hours and sometimes every 8 hours. I've got crews that are turning in 70 and 75 hours a week. And at 48, another 30 hours a week times 10 is $300 a person I've got out there that I'm paying more because agricultural employees don't get a break on overtime. That credit and something needs to be done for irrigators on ag overtime. And anytime afterwards you want to understand the Bible I passed out, I'm willing to talk. Anyway, thanks very much.
Appreciate you being here and appreciate the two individuals that showed up to testify today. Were also here at our reception on 2 nights ago, I guess it was now, and thank you for your time. I appreciate that. So great. That is the conclusion of our public comment period, and we're just only 1 minute over. Next, we have let's just say we are honored to have both the Department of Energy and the Department of Land Conservation's directors here for us to talk about the overarching topic of renewable energy development and how that intersects with agriculture and food production in the state. That was part of the method to our madness and having this public comment right before in case there were people who had opinions on that could voice it. In March, we heard from the governor's office about recent executive orders, one of them EO 2529. That was 20, anyway, which directs several state agencies to find pathways to advance renewable energy development in the state. Again, Director Brenda Bateman from DLCD and Director Janine Benner from ODOA are here when we'll hear from their staff, and I'll let each of them introduce themselves, and especially wanted to say thank you again for given the comments that occurred during our last board meeting, the quick response that Director Benner made from the Department of Energy to deal with that issue, and in our packet was that revised draft, and so do appreciate that as well. Thank you. I'm not sure who is going to go first.
Director. Good morning.
Yep.
Good morning, Chair Miller, directors. My name is Janine Benner, and I'm the director of the Oregon Department of Energy. Are we introducing ourselves and then doing presentations, or should I just launch right into Odo's presentation?
You know, why don't you do just a quick intro, and that would be great, just to make sure, even though, yes, you came and visited us before, but would appreciate that again. Thanks.
Great. Well, again, from the Oregon Department of Energy, and I really appreciate the opportunity to join you virtually this morning, and I'm really sorry my schedule did not allow me to visit with you in person in Madras. And I'm joined online by colleagues from Odo's climate and renewable energy teams who can help answer questions. I'll be doing the presentation, but they're available for questions. And then the head of our siting division is planning to join a little bit later this hour and be online near the end of our time if you have any questions about the siting process. So I'll let Director Bateman introduce herself.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, and guests online and in the room. My name is Brenda Bateman. I'm the director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I believe you have in the room with you this morning our senior staff, John Jennings, and then online we have Alyssa Bonini and Hillary Foote. They'll be giving a combination of our presentation and available to answer questions as well. So I'll come back around again after Department of Energy has finished their presentation. Thank you.
All right. I think, perfect. Thank you, John. So I'll just, I think you can actually go to the next slide when you're ready. And the next slide includes an agenda of what I hope to cover here today. Thank you. So I'll walk through just a snapshot of some of the Oregon Department of Energy's work that may be of interest to the board. And then, of course, I'm happy to come back and bring staff to talk more in depth about any of these topics or other areas of interest. Next slide, please. The next slide is a quick reminder of our mission. I know I shared this when we spoke at the end of last year, but I wanted to show it again because it really drives what we do. And I especially want to highlight a sentence in our mission that says we responsibly balance energy needs and impacts for current and future generations. I'm sure you've all heard about how electricity demands in Oregon are growing and the need to build more resources like wind and solar to meet these demands. So I'm highlighting this line just to remind you that we have an obligation manifested through our siting division to maintain a balance between needs and impacts. And I think in this work, there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration with DLCD and Oregon Department of Agriculture. I also wanted to just real quick highlight a couple of things on the second section of the slide under what we do. We have a rural and agricultural energy assistance program that can help fund energy assessments for Oregon rural small businesses and agricultural producers. And we've been working with farms, ranches, and small businesses around the state to help them identify opportunities to lower their energy costs. So I shared a flyer about that program with John. Hopefully it's in your packets, but again, happy to bring our team back and talk more about that in the future. Next slide, please. I wanted to share one more slide to help you understand the Oregon Department of Energy. The work that we're going to be highlighting today is mostly within the Energy Planning and Innovation Division and the Siting Division. But this slide shows you we also have a division working on energy security and nuclear safety. And we also have a division working on energy incentives, grants, and rebates, for example. But mainly I wanted to show you this slide to indicate how we connect to the Oregon Climate Action Commission. That's a little gray box on the left. And that's an independent board that's made up of agency directors of natural resources agencies. So Director Bateman and Director Sharpelow-Hansen are members. And then it has other members appointed by the governor. The Oregon Climate Action Commission is not an oversight board over the Oregon Department of Energy like you are with the Department of Ag, but rather it's an independent body that ODO provides technical and administrative staff for. And then you'll also see a gray box for the Energy Facility Siting Council on the right. This is also an independent council made up of 7 volunteers appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. And that is the decision-making body on the siting of large-scale energy facilities in the state. The siting division at ODO staffs that council. Okay, next slide, please. So I want to acknowledge that there are many things happening in the energy and climate space, and it's hard for even me to track, but this is an overview of some of ODO's planning and policy work on energy and greenhouse gas reductions. So first, the Oregon Energy Strategy. We came in to talk to you about this last December, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. The executive order that Chair Miller referenced earlier, 25-29, this came on the heels of the energy strategy, and it was one of 3 executive orders last fall that the governor put out that affect the Oregon Department of Energy and the Oregon Climate Action Commission. So I have another slide on that in a moment. The Energy Security Plan is on there. It's something that we published first in September of 2024 in response to direction and funding from the U.S. Department of Energy and pursuant to state legislation. It identifies risks to electricity, liquid fuels, natural gas, and propane systems, and proposes ways to mitigate those risks. And we update that plan every year. The Biennial Energy Report is a marquee product for ODO. It's something we put out every 2 years to inform local, state, regional, and federal energy policy development, planning, and investment. And we'll publish the next version in November of this year. It's a great resource. I would recommend it if you are interested in energy in Oregon. And it has in the past included some information about agriculture. So for example, there was a policy brief on electrification options in the agriculture sector. There was a 101 piece on agrivoltaics. And the research done for this Biennial Energy Report informed the energy strategy and the energy security plan. And then finally, you are probably familiar with the Transformational Integrated Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Project, or TIGR. That's a report we're currently working on in concert with the Oregon Climate Action Commission. looking at how far our existing laws and policies get us towards our greenhouse gas reduction goals. And we will come back to that one. All right, next slide, please. So here's the energy strategy in a nutshell. We talked last time about the modeling and the discussions and the engagement that informed the strategy. In this slide, I included really to serve as a reminder of the strategy at a high level and the 5 pathways that Oregon can take to meet an energy system that is affordable, reliable, and clean. And I want to highlight the second one on this slide, which is clean electricity. So the energy strategy found that electricity is a key fuel for Oregon to meet its energy and climate policy objectives, and that the state will need to build additional clean electricity resources and grid infrastructure to meet our current and future needs. Within this pathway, the energy strategy includes a policy recommendation to facilitate this energy infrastructure enhancement and expansion while avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating negative impacts on energy burden, natural and working lands, tribal cultural resources, and communities. So this sort of circles back to the work I mentioned earlier that the Energy Facility Siting Council does to help balance needs and impacts. Next slide, please. So about a week after ODO released the energy strategy, Governor Kotek issued Executive Order 25-29, which included many directives and applies to lots of agencies, including ODO and DLCD. The Department of Ag was not specifically referenced, but we know much of the work called for in the executive order has effects on agriculture and the communities that you work with. The first thing the executive order did was direct agencies to prioritize implementation of the 5 pathways in the energy strategy that you saw in the previous slide. It also has a section on getting clean energy projects built. Many of the directives build on recommendations from the energy strategy, and I'll come back to those in a moment. The executive order also calls on the Department of Energy working with the Oregon Public Utility Commission to develop a framework to strategically accelerate transmission siting, and our team is engaging with transmission experts and stakeholders on that. And then it also recognizes the importance of a resilient economy and includes some directives around advancing public-private partnerships and emerging clean energy technologies that will help us meet our goals. And finally, the executive order has a section on accountability and coordination, specifically calling on Oregon's natural resources agencies and their respective boards and commissions to undertake coordinated planning and execution. Next slide, please. So one of the directives in the executive order calls on ODO to inventory, assess, and analyze barriers to the permitting, construction, and interconnection of clean energy projects. So earlier this week, we released a draft report on this, specifically focused on those projects that have received permits but have not yet begun construction. Hopefully you have a link to this report, and we would love your feedback. And one thing I hope you'll notice in the report is that we point out that not everything that takes time is a barrier. So for example, the energy facility siting process that analyzes the effects of facilities on farmland and other resources is just that, it's a process and it's not necessarily a barrier. Some of the barriers that we did identify are listed on this slide, and we can go into them in more depth later if you'd like. I've got the author of the report online with me, and that report is due to the governor on September 1st. Next slide, please. All right, the second report that's also due to the governor on September 1st has to do with the siting process and opportunities to streamline or increase the efficiency of the process. And that report will be released for public comment later this month. You should have a 2-pager on the report in your packets. It will provide an overview of the siting process so people can sort of better understand where efforts have been made and where further streamlining may be possible. It will provide specific information about authorities, standards, timelines, and review processes in relation to renewable energy projects and transmission lines. And the report will also discuss opportunities for further improvements, such as the use of artificial intelligence tools in the review process, and also examining how the existing contested case process works and opportunities to streamline that. I just want to say, on this report, we expect to hear from a lot of people who want faster development of projects. And personally, I hope that we're also going to hear from communities that are hosting these projects and whose livelihoods will be impacted by the projects. Next slide, please. So we've just talked about some of our work on clean energy, and I want to move on to climate. We do this work in concert with the Oregon Climate Action Commission, which ODO supports. So to meet our ambitious climate goals in Oregon, we primarily need to do two things. We need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and we need to increase the amount of carbon being stored in our natural environment. And ODO is really working on both of those. So you just heard about the energy strategy and clean energy development. In 2023, the legislature also established a policy for natural climate solutions in Oregon and directed ODO and the Oregon Climate Action Commission to undertake several foundational analyses. Two of them are here on this slide. So there are two that are currently underway. One is to develop metrics to help evaluate the impacts, positive and negative, of natural climate solutions over time. And the second is to update the non-binding carbon sequestration and storage goal for the state. So I'm going to come back to that one in a moment. And then the third project on this slide is the TIGGER project related to tracking greenhouse gas emissions. And this project is really aimed at assessing the state's progress towards meeting its greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals, and if a gap is identified, to recommend measures to reduce that gap and get us closer to our goals. Next slide, please. In 2007, Oregon set statutory greenhouse gas reduction goals. And in 2020, these goals were updated by executive order to reflect the best available science. And they called for a 45% reduction of emissions compared to 1990 levels by 2030 and an 80% reduction by 2050. So in 2023, ODO published our first assessment of Oregon's progress towards meeting the goals as part of the TIGGER project. And that first analysis found that we were on track. We were on track to meet the 2035 goal. But a lot's changed since then. And we began to update that forecast last year, considering new policies and programs that the state has adopted, changes at the federal level, and new developments in the world, for example, the proliferation in Oregon of new energy-intensive data centers. And then we also planned for a second phase of the project to identify and analyze measures that would help close that gap between where we are and where we need to meet our goals. Next slide, please. So after completing the forecast, we did find a gap. So here are two graphs that can help illustrate the results. In the graph on the left, you can see that the top pink line shows where our emissions would be expected to end up if we are business as usual, so if we do nothing about climate change. The green line that slants down, however, is where we could be if we fully implement the policies and programs that we have in place today. And this includes big policies like HB 2021, which requires 100% clean electricity, and the Climate Protection Program, which reduces emissions from fossil fuels. So that green line is a much better picture. You can see that we're close to the 2035 goal, but you can also see that without additional work, we'll slightly miss that goal and we'll have an even wider gap by 2050. So that's where we identified that we will need new policies, programs, and maybe even new technologies to get us to that 2050 goal. The graph on the right shows emissions by sector over time under business as planned. And you can see the green arrow next to the food and agriculture sector. So because there's a gap between the forecasted emissions and our goals, we started to ask the question earlier this year of what we could do to close that gap. And as you all know, we put forward a draft list of measures that we proposed to model. Wasn't a plan, wasn't measures that we were recommending. It's just we proposed to look at what the greenhouse gas emissions impact would be of those measures. And we received a lot of feedback on those measures, including from this board. And we sought the public comment because we knew that getting different perspectives and ideas would benefit the project. So the feedback that we received was critical. It helped us reevaluate and adjust our approach. So as a result of that feedback, we determined we will not be calculating the greenhouse gas emissions reductions from the measures in the food and agriculture sector that were on that list. What we have decided to do instead is include a bigger measure that assumes the historical greenhouse gas reductions from the agriculture sector will continue at the same pace going forward. So in other words, we won't be modeling any specific agriculture measures. We'll just be saying that emissions have decreased in the sector since 1990, and we're forecasting the same amount of reductions through 2050. We ultimately decided that we need to have a deeper conversation about what's happening now in the agriculture sector and what can be done in the future in terms of specific measures. So next year, after the legislative session ends, we hope to engage with you, the Department of Ag, and other sector partners to really begin that conversation in earnest. And ideally, we'd like to align these efforts with the types of climate change related policies that the board outlined in your 2019 resolution and climate change policy considerations. That resolution called for programs that provide incentives to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change and further evaluate the effectiveness of voluntary programs for carbon sequestration and climate adaptation. So just to wrap up on the TIGR piece, we're going to be putting out a draft of the report that includes those greenhouse gas calculations this summer with a 30-day public comment period, and we'll make sure that John gets a copy of that to send to you all. Next slide. Okay, so this is my final slide. I just wanted to touch on the other main part of our climate work, which focuses on natural climate solutions. This is a program that was established in 2023 under House Bill 3409. It's a joint effort between the Oregon Climate Action Commission and ODO and 7 natural resource agencies, including the Oregon Department of Agriculture. The program studies natural climate solutions, and you can see the definition of that term in the box on the right-hand side of the slide. Natural climate solutions are concerned with carbon sequestration and storage, as well as ecosystems and community wellness. And the remit is large and crosses multiple land categories, including cropland, forest, wetlands, grasslands, rangelands, and developed areas. So ODO also studies the related workforce that implements natural climate solutions, which includes agricultural workers and technical assistance services like those the soil and water conservation districts provide. The program tracks land-based greenhouse gases in 2 ways: by maintaining the land-based net carbon inventory and by tracking implementation of natural climate solutions to increase the pace and scale of these nature-based strategies in the state. The overall purpose of the tracking effort is to meet a non-binding, voluntary, natural and working land sequestration goal that the Commission, ODO, and the agencies will adopt in July of this year. In support of this work, ODO supports the Climate Action Commission's Natural and Working Lands Advisory Committee, which includes representatives from the agriculture industry. And I just want to highlight that the Department of Ag receives funds from the Commission's Natural and Working Lands Fund to implement natural climate solutions. And I also want to note that we just released a podcast that talks a little bit more about this work. So I'll send a link to John to share with you in case you want to take a listen. All right, next slide, please. My final slide, I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the interest in the Oregon Department of Energy's work, and I just want to reiterate our interest in working closely with the Department of Agriculture, the Board of Agriculture, and the agriculture industry on the work that we're doing in Oregon. And I'm happy to answer any questions now or turn to DLCD and we can do joint Q&A at the end.
Any urgent questions right now? Otherwise, we can hold questions till DLCD is completed. So, Director, turning it over to you, and thank you, Director Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Brenda Bateman. I'm the director of Oregon's Department of Land Conservation and Development. And we'd just like to thank you for hosting DLCD this morning for a very important conversation. So I have a few introductory comments, and then I'll be turning the rest of the time over to John Jennings and our staff who are also online. By way of background, the Department of Land Conservation and Development is the steward of Oregon's land use planning program, which was designed to acknowledge changing economic, environmental, and social needs and pressures. One fundamental principle of the program is to ensure that Oregon's agricultural lands remain intact, viable, and working. We're so pleased to be working in this policy arena with our colleagues at the Department of Agriculture and Department of Energy. Implementation of Oregon's land use laws actually falls to our partners at the local level. So as you probably know, all 241 cities and 36 counties in the state of Oregon have comprehensive plans that clearly lay out a vision for their community, how they plan to accommodate population growth and economic development, and where they plan to place the facilities that their communities will need to accomplish their mission. This requires a careful balance of both conservation and development, and that in turn requires a fair amount of technical analysis, public input, data, and funding in order to work properly. So speaking of balance, today's topic is a timely one, as the governor's executive order on renewable energy acceleration comes at the same time as initiatives in the areas of prosperity, housing production, and climate resilience. All of these priorities are urgent, and they all require an integrated approach, flexibility, and innovation from all of us. This work is difficult and necessary, and we thank you for your partnership in support of Oregon's agricultural lands and communities. John Jennings is there in the room with you. I can see him on camera. I believe he'll take up the baton for an overview of Oregon's land use planning program. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bateman, and I'm John Jennings. I'm the Community Services Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation Development. I've been with the department for quite some time. It's a privilege to be here before you today, really, and thank you for coming out and visiting this very important part of Oregon's agricultural economy and infrastructure. I'm going to go off just a little bit. I'd like to shout out to two people you already heard from. And Gary Harris is the son of an Idaho farmer, right? He's been inspiring and advising me for almost 30 years. Mickey Killingsworth, right, has been involved in foreign policy for longer than that, and she's been intimidating me for over 30 years. So great to see those guys. And I also can't resist shouting out to Director Boyer. I want to thank her for her unwavering, unrelenting, unapologetic support of agriculture in this state for so long. Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner. Great. So let's go to it. I'll try to go through these swiftly, but hopefully thoroughly, make some sort of sense. Please move to the next slide. So this is what we're going to talk about. We're talking about our program, EO 2529, agricultural mitigation. And the questions, go ahead and move forward. Here's our mission. I'm not going to read it to you. It's probably not surprising. We're looking at natural systems, quality of life. We want very vibrant communities and working landscapes. Next slide, please. So this is where we're going to really kind of start this morning. And this slide is a good example. We would call this a good example of a hard urban edge, right? You can see that it's not a sprawling situation. There's a hard edge between the urban form and agricultural use. That's something that is we believe is desirable and is in some ways is kind of unique to Oregon. We have probably as much or more of that as anybody in the state. Next slide, please. Kind of give us some context. Again, I don't think this is new or surprising to anybody. After World War II, lots of things, good things were happening. There was a lot of development. And one of the collateral pieces was we were losing a lot of farmland. You can see the trend on the left-hand side in the 50s and 60s, pretty sharp decline. That really started to be looked at in the early 60s with the passage of the farm property tax deferral program.
later on with legislation in 1969, Senate Bill 10, and then we'll talk about some more of these later in just a moment. But as you can see, after the establishment and implementation of farmland protection provisions included, embedded in the Oregon Planning Program, we saw that flatten off a lot, right? And we really looked to the policy statement in ORS 215-243, which talks about preserving maximum amounts of large tracts of land as some guidance there. Next slide, please. So Senate Bill 100 succeeded Senate Bill 10 in 1969. This really is the establishment of the modern program, right? We've had planning and zoning in Oregon back since 1919 and 1921, respectively, for counties and cities. We've been doing this a long time. We'll talk a little bit more about it in the next couple of slides. But if you don't remember anything about this presentation, I would hope maybe just 3 or 4 things you can take away. They're hallmarks of this program, what we're trying to accomplish. One is public participation, right? This is a program where people can get a chance to say what they think and address their decision makers. The protection of farm and forest and other special places, that's a cornerstone of this program, something we're very proud of. Urban growth boundaries, that separate urban development, establish needed amounts of land for growth of our communities, and separate that from needed amounts of land for our resource-dependent industries. And then finally, that the program, as Dr. Bateman mentioned, is implemented at the local level, right? So public participation, protection of special places, urban growth boundaries, and implementation at the local level. Next slide, please. There's 19 goals. There's a bunch, right? And you can see they go beyond the little suite of things that we talked about there, but there's a lot of commonality. We see these goals as being symbiotic. There's a relationship. They should be read together and harmonized. We don't elevate or prioritize one goal over another. The coastal goals were the last ones adopted. I had to go to college. I grew up in Oregon my whole life. I had to go to college to realize that coastal lands or beaches weren't just inherently public. I didn't realize that other states had private ownership of beaches. That was a surprising thing for me. But you'll also see a number of disciplines there. We're generalists as planners. We're generalists. So we rely and depend on the state's experts in a variety of fields. State's biologists, right? The state's geologists, state's foresters, state's economists, and the state's farmers. Right? We need the state's farmers. We need to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with this board and this agency to make sure that we're able to continue to implement meaningful and successful agricultural land provisions. Next slide, please. This is a real quick slide. Again, I don't think any surprises here. It emphasizes the overall importance in terms of job creation and economic contribution of farming and ranching and forestry to Oregon. Continue to be really, really big industries. What this doesn't speak to is the contributions of agriculture and ranching to Oregon's, the social importance of that. It's hard to quantify, but this is part of who we are, right? Our open landscapes, our working landscapes, are part of who we are as Oregonians. And that's, again, I just didn't want to leave that unsaid. I think it's an important piece. It has economic importance, community importance, but it's also important to our identity as Oregonians. Next slide, please. So we're going to go into some draft recommendations that we have been working on in response to the executive order. And Director Benner mentioned the work that ODO is doing on this front. And I would say, just before we get into them, there's a couple categories here. Some we feel really good about and confident. Others we still think are good ideas, but we've been kind of working to make sure that we've got the underpinnings put together to see if they really make the cut. Go ahead, next slide, please. So this is the piece of Executive Order 2529. We've kind of separated it out and simplified it, but this is what that executive order directs us to do as Oregon's Land Use Planning Agency and DLCD, right? Just about, we're looking for opportunities and barriers, and really for the purpose of accelerating the deployment of clean energy, right? So we're looking for, through our rules and practices, ways to get at that end delivery. I would also say that we recognize, and our report will reflect this, that those terms can mean different things to different people, right? What is an opportunity? What is a barrier? We do not believe that considering and protecting agricultural land is a barrier, right? That's a fundamental part of a responsible review process. That's the Oregon way. So just with wildlife and cultural and archaeological resources, giving adequate consideration to important values and resources is Oregon's way. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read all these, but would be happy to try to answer any questions about them. There are, oh gosh, in our review of the laws and rules, opportunities and barriers kind of fell into different categories. In some instances, having the absence of policy on something was considered a barrier and a potential opportunity, right? Having something that was redundant or unnecessary or overly complex, could represent an opportunity or a barrier. And local government capacity was really something we wanted to account for in reviews as being important. So with that in mind, that's kind of the setting for where we came with some of these. The battery energy storage system is something that these are standalone, right? These are not affiliated with any particular development. Those are becoming more common, and there really is no state provisions that speak directly to that. Now, we're able to get there, right? But there is no provisions, either in statute or rule, that really speaks to how a county should go about siting a battery energy storage system. We think that could be improved. We think that's an opportunity for an improvement. Substations of forest zone, I think it's an honest oversight by the commission. Distribution and transmission are pretty reliant on substations. We think that makes sense. There's been some recent legislation, and then we can help local counties. We're not talking about promulgating rules, but maybe offer some guidance. The Green Corridor Rule is an existing piece. It was really about B2H and Morrow and Umatilla County being able to coordinate on a preferred location for transmission. They didn't have to do it. Idaho Power selected the spot they wanted to go. Obviously, we want to continue to work with tribes. We had some recommendations in the report that we did pursuant to House Bill 3409. These elements really speak to furnishing additional resources, financial and technical, to counties, as well as other folks. It could be tribes, it could be developers, it could be, but all in the spirit of helping decision makers reach informed decisions in a timely manner. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. A couple of things we have on our mind that we think are good ideas. We'll see if they ultimately make the cut pretty soon. Reuse of existing renewable energy sites. This is kind of counter to a lot of the conversation about retirement. What's going to happen? How is this going to be put back into whatever it was before? And we kind of turn the table like wondering, once that facility reaches the end of its useful lifespan, it's going to have to be replaced. So is it better for it to go? Maybe it is better for it to go somewhere else. Maybe it could be just as well for it to be repowered and re-energized on that site, where the fact that it's been there has been normalized over 30 or 40 years, and the wildlife have figured out how to go around it, and the communities, has come to view that as part of the landscape. Anyway, so that's something to think about. And it's interesting to me because when we kind of floated these ideas, the response from the industry was, well, of course we will. Of course we'll reuse these sites. That's where the investment is. That's where the knowledge base is, which was interesting to me because we have had a history of hearing that these are temporary on the landscape and they'll go away. So that was a kind of a curiosity thing for me. But nonetheless, we think it's responsible to take a look at that. Behind the meter stuff, whether that's rooftop solar, we always hear, we continue to hear, why don't we put it on rooftops? Why do we put it on agricultural land? So I think it'd be really interesting to take a look at maybe in introducing some policy support and even motivation to do some more of that stuff. I mean, it's really, I think it's interesting, and I think the time is really well put because of the state's interest in ramping up housing production and the state's interest in ramping up clean energy. It'd be great if we could somehow marry those two, right? You know, stuff on rooftop doesn't have to go on transmission, and it doesn't go out when the tree goes across the power line. So anyway, I think there's some really interesting opportunities there. Community solar projects. There's one right out here by Culver. It's a little Pacific Core, I think, community solar project. They're kind of their own little thing. And then updating statewide planning goal 13, which is our only statewide, believe it or not, our only statewide planning goal that really speaks to energy, and it's about conservation. It's not about generation or siting. We think it would be an assisting item to take a look at rewriting that goal with having a little more emphasis on what the state is looking for and would like to see in terms of energy production and siting. It's not, in our mind, that's not, we're not right. We wouldn't be doing this in order to let one party run the table. It would be much more of a holistic and thorough, thoughtful piece. We've supported it for several sessions. It always, it collapses under its own weight when it goes to Ways and Means. I mean, I'll just be blunt. We start talking about the price tag, that's usually where things stop. So this is embarrassing. Apologize. It's okay. I want to make sure, but it's not the director, so that's okay. I'm not in trouble. Next slide, please. So let's talk about agricultural mitigation. And I just want to pause for just a moment here and say that this is the very first time we've been talking about having a genuine mitigation approach for large-scale development, large format development on agricultural lands. And by mitigation, we're talking about compensatory mitigation. It's not about putting up a sign or limiting hours of operation. It's about offsetting impacts, financially or otherwise. And so we haven't had that before. I mean, so that in itself, just before we move on, that in itself, I believe, is a big step in the right direction. I hope we can kind of all recognize and celebrate that a little bit. Next slide, please. This is an imaginary property. It's actually not imaginary. It's a real property, but it's an imaginary situation. It's hard to see there on the right hand side there. But we put this together as a way to kind of provide some guidance on the agricultural mitigation aspect of our Eastern Oregon solar siting rules. Right, that was a piece that our agricultural advocates felt pretty strongly about. The methodology we came up with was really designed by a man named Mark Hudson. Mark was with the Oregon Agricultural Trust at the time. We really appreciate the comments and interests from this board. Some of the observations they were made by other folks too. They were very similar to what we heard from the wheat growers and some other folks. We went the way we did because, again, this is the first time. We didn't know very much about it. So we wanted it to be fairly simple and straightforward, something that didn't require, hiring an economist and something along those lines, but came up with meaningful results. And so these are kind of the takeaways there. It is compensatory mitigation. We're talking usually this probably is going to mean cutting a check in every instance. I mean, not all, but mostly that's what it's going to be. It's a one-time payment. We've already heard Jan Lee said, well, we're not sure about the one-time payment thing. Well, we're open to ideas about that, right? And it's to replace economic value. These farms contribute economic value to these communities, as we've heard so much about already. And so how do we replace that? We did provide a methodology, which is reasonably straightforward. One of the pieces is at the end of that calculation, the funds are received by someone who's capable of spending them in a productive way. Not everybody is, right? I mean, not everybody's capable of receiving funds. I guess is what I was trying to say. So that might be a county, it might be a soil and water conservation district, it might be a community benefit organization. But the purpose of them getting those funds would be to invest them in a way that provides uplift to the local agricultural community. We don't define what that is, but it could be a number of things. I think it'd be really interesting about creating a revolving loan fund for starting farmers or something. Anyway, would be happy, would welcome thoughts about that. And there is a potential to have more county-specific programs. I'm not going to detail that. That's on a little more elaborate piece of the rulemaking puzzle there. But counties can do something more specific to their needs and desires if they'd like to. So I'm just going to close there. I would say that just as an example, that if that property on the right-hand side, wherever it is, were to be a proposed photovoltaic solar development, it's about 1,280 acres based on the soil types and the predominant agricultural types and the length of the power purchase agreement. We would end up, and it's dryland wheat is what it is. We would end up with a compensatory mitigation responsibility of about $1.1 million is how that would come up with it. I've compared that with the Sunstone project, which was an ESSEC project mentioned earlier, who sort of in some ways kind of pioneered the idea of agricultural mitigation. It's pretty close. I would say what we came up with isn't exactly what they came up with, but that was put together by a well-known economic firm. But it's pretty close, and you can do it not on the back of the napkin, but you can do it on a piece of paper. So I'll stop there. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think that's it. Next, yeah, whoo, okay, that's it. Everybody's relieved. So be happy to try to answer any questions. And again, thank you so much for having us. And we just really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and we appreciate your assistance as we work hard to protect Oregon's agricultural lands.
All right, well, thank you. I will open it to questions from the board or any comments as well. Yes, Director Dill.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all that information, and it just always gets my wheels spinning thinking about what we can do like at our facility. So we have a facility just outside of Portland, or kind of on the boundary of Portland, and we've talked about solar. Excuse me. Our rooftop isn't strong enough because of refrigeration and other things we have. So we've talked about, covering our parking lot. And so that always gets me thinking about when we're selecting these sites and evaluating sites, do folks look at some of the other benefits that come with selecting certain sites? So I think of, and these are the things that we talk about at work, is if we cover our parking lot, we won't need to go through the 3.5 pallets of ice melt every year. We have coworkers every day going out and sitting in their car and idling in the summer with their air conditioner on while they eat lunch because they don't want to be in the break room or whatever. So there's all these other factors that come in, environmental factors. And I just don't know if these get considered. I don't know it's hard to calculate the, like the emissions reductions or savings there, but yeah, are these things that folks talk about when they're selecting sites? I know we don't have 1,200 acres, it's small, but still, like there's a ton of extra benefits that we would get from doing that.
So, Chair Miller, Director Dill, I think it depends, right? So in my experience, I have learned a lot about what folks think about, and usually it's about what a utility scale site needs, and then whatever else is there too, right? I believe in the situation you're talking about, I think people probably do. I hope that they do. When you're talking about something more of a behind the meter, whether it's roof mounted or ground mounted, but something that is not necessarily intended to be put on the grid for consumption. I think that seems like a business decision, and boy, I think that the more you can understand the impacts and benefits, the better off you're going to be.
Okay.
Either of the directors want to weigh in on that answer too?
Chair Miller, yes, this is Janine. I'd be happy to weigh in, and I really appreciate Director Dell bringing that up. There are many additional benefits for, of small scale projects like the ones that he's talking about, whether it's putting solar on your house or on your parking lot or smaller scale ones. There's resilience benefits, there's financial benefits, and it's really, I think the energy industry is grappling with how to account for the benefits in the sort of cost effectiveness metrics that we use. Right now, it is really something that is up to the entity that wants to install the solar, but it's something that the Public Utility Commission is looking at, for example, when you look at avoided cost. And I have a colleague on here on the line with me, Joni, who's got a much better understanding of how all this works. If we want to get into it further, I just want to recognize that the energy strategy really talks about small scale facilities being an important part of the picture, in part because of the additional benefits they provide, but also because by putting more energy infrastructure on existing parking lots, you can avoid some of the green scale development.
Great. I had actually a couple of questions, and I appreciate that response. And I guess it's a question of research that's been done on the and factor of farming under solar, with solar, between solar, those sorts of things, and to what extent there is, I've heard both sides of the aisle as far as both sides of the conversation on what makes sense. So that's one question, more of a just for my own edification. And then secondly, it was raised in public testimony for us, and also I think we raised it, Director Brett, or when you were here with us in December, other renewable resources, the fact that we've got hydro electricity. It was mentioned today on looking at small scale nuclear, looking at other natural gas opportunity. Again, I think big picture, how those other things fit in a priority to try to make sure we're looking at all the opportunities. So that's a big, maybe that first, then we can go to my minutia question on the farming together question.
So thank you, Chair Miller. I would invite Director Benner, if she doesn't mind, to speak to that.
Thanks, John. Yep, happy to speak to that. It's the energy strategy puts forward 5 pathways as a portfolio approach, and part of that is recognizing that we really will need to use all of the resources that we have on hand. So we have a lot of hydro in the state. It makes up more than 1/3 of the electricity that we use in Oregon, and it's a really important resource. It's non-variable, it's flexible, we can use it as a battery. There are some impacts related to fish that are problematic, but we're basically using all of the hydro that we have. And so what we're talking about is new resources to meet growing demands. And that's where we need to look, as the chair said, at wind and solar and new technologies, geothermal. Small modular reactors came up in the public comments. These are facilities that we cannot build in the state right now. There's not an actual prohibition, but it's statute makes it really hard, because to build a nuclear project in the state, you'd need to there would need to be a repository for spent nuclear fuel established by the federal government, which does not yet exist, and in order to get a site certificate from the Energy Facility Siting Council, there would have to be a vote of the people. So it's very difficult. There's other emerging technologies, offshore wind, wave energy. These are all things that I think in the energy strategy, we recommend looking at further as the technology develops. They didn't show up in our modeling because they're not cost effective yet. They're not commercially available. But we have a report that's coming out in November as part of the Biennial Energy Report that looks at many of these emerging technologies and what role they could play in the state in the future as they develop. So I don't know if that answered your question, Chair Miller.
Actually, it did, and I'm just wondering if part of your report can articulate what you just did, like on the nuclear piece, because I think most common people have no idea why not. And so to understand what the barriers are in order to achieve things, even on a small scale, might be good for the public to understand what that looks like. But definitely, yeah, definitely appreciate the comment. And then the second of the and factor of grazing other things and looking at solar and agriculture together. And then, okay, that question, oh, do you have an answer to that?
No, the chicken. I can.
Okay, all right.
Oh, thank you.
Next.
Thank you. It sounds like you're talking about agrivoltaics, or we would call agrivoltaics.
Well, agrivoltaics as far as solar siting and, you know, questions about can you have grazing under, can you farm under, you know, everything's fine or everything's not fine, and exactly.
It depends on, right? You know, we've seen some really interesting research. Chad Higgins at Oregon State University has really done some fantastic research. Probably is a leading thinking, has some leading thinking on that in the nation. Some of the stuff, the Mid-Willamette Valley OSU Extension Office has conducted some research on that. I think it really remains to be seen. I think we are interested in just learning more about it and learning what, you know, what works well and what doesn't work well. I mean, I am going to guess that Director Orem might be skeptical about it applying to, you know, the dryland farming, where, you know, with the size of equipment and headers that he uses. You know, but I know that, you know, folks like Jack Southworth out of Seneca, you know, would be really interested to see what additional 4 inches of precipitation could do to his rangeland. Right, that could be a game changer if you could figure that out and be able to raise cattle under it. So I think it depends. You know, we would really like to learn more about it and be able to have, you know, a good solid foundation for answers. And I think that right now is something everybody gets excited about it. I mean, that seems to be one of the cases. Excited about the possibility, happen, or so excited about not wanting it to happen. But I think it's here to stay, at least a concept, and we'd love to have, you know, a basis of review and fact to make some informed choices about it.
Dean Simonitch, did you want to add?
Yeah,
I would guess you'd, yeah.
I would think I agree with everything you said. It's an area of research at our North Willamette Research and Extension Center in Aurora. We have an area where we conduct experiments, and you know, it's really to look at the pros and cons, and it's going to have pros and cons both from a farming standpoint and otherwise, right? So, and maybe a big part of that is the livestock piece. So, looking at pros and cons, I would say from an OSU standpoint.
Yes, Director Boyer?
I just have something on that particular research. You know, I think me as a farmer, right now, it seems sexy and it's like a really good thing to do. But my biggest concern is, what does that soil look like in 20 years? That is just my big concern. I think that's all the research needs to go that long before a decision is made. Thanks.
Yes, Director Orem?
Yes, I just have a couple comments, and then I would like to add back to the research on the grazing under, or the comments on grazing. You know, they're like the Shuttler Flats project on Highway 19 south of Arlington. Krebs Sheep Ranch is currently doing some testing. They're grazing some sheep out there, and it's working really well to control the short grasses, or keep the grasses short for fire danger. One thing I'm seeing in the big projects in Morrow County, from talking to the developers, they have no interest in grazing under those panels. And we're talking one 11,000 acre, one 3,500 acre, and I think another one's 7,000. But there's going to have to be a way to control it. It's interesting, the Sunstone, now Amazon project, they're having us go in and plant grass in front of the project to try to get some grasses established, whereas other projects are hoping to go in after and plant plant grass, which I don't know that there's a good way to do that yet. But I think the sheep grazing is one option. I just don't know that there's enough sheep in Oregon to fill that. Cattle would be great. I think you would have to raise the panel height a little bit, but also you'd need to bury the collector lines, and that's one thing they haven't been willing to do. And that makes it really hard to control the grasses in between when you have to go in and back out all the time. You can't. I know we could probably use some drone work, but to that, there's just a couple concerns I have. I understand it's an executive order from the governor, but I don't think it should be quick and easy to put these projects in. I think it should be deliberately hard to put them in, especially on tillable farm ground. The reason why they want it on tillable farm ground is because it is easier. There's not the environmental impacts. There's a big difference between them putting it on CRP ground that's intentionally not farmed, usually because it's not as good a ground, and putting it on the good field, the good farm ground right across the road, because it's already tilled. And so there's not the environmental impacts of disturbing wildlife and grasslands and things like that. So I think that when things are quick and easy, we miss a lot of opportunities to do it right. The other thing I was going to say was mitigation I think, is a good option, but it is a one-time payment. And I don't know that we really understand the long-term impact of a community or a county when we're talking about projects as big as the Sherman County proposed projects or the Morrow County proposed projects. It sounds like a lot of money up front, and I think, yes, we can do some good things with it to help growers or help the industries in that community. But like I said, I just don't know that we know what that long-term impact. And one of my concerns, and I'm right in the heart of the Morrow County projects, is the livability of my kids in the next generations. And the comment about having a loan opportunity maybe with the mitigation money for young farmers, there's got to be some land for them to farm to do that. So I just, those are some concerns, and if you'd like to speak on that, or if I'm wrong, please correct me so that I know. So thank you.
Any response? Yes.
So thank you. Thank you, Chair Miller. Thank you so much, Director Orem. Agree with everything you said, right? And it also triggered, remember, I should have led with this, right? There's nothing in Oregon's laws that keep people from doing agrivoltaic development right now. I mean, there's nothing that prohibits an agrivoltaic development arrangement. It is not really being done. Different people have different reasons for that, but it would have to go through the same process. Everything. There's no reward, right? That's a policy conversation. Should they get a different treatment somehow, some way? And LCDC did in fact take a crack at that back in 2018, 2019, which would have allowed counties to establish programs that would articulate with their expectations, including how you would submit your plan, how it would be reviewed, and how it would be durable over the lifetime of the program. And if they did that, their choice, if they chose to do that, then they can offer a modestly increased footprint for solar projects on high-value farmland. And the result was that came and went, and no one did it. I take that back. I think Klamath County adopted some language that sort of allowed them to do something if they want. But by and large, no, it wasn't. No one took us up on the offer, which was, again, an interesting observation. Is I'm not quite sure how to mean that. Maybe we didn't set the table right. That could certainly be the piece. But the fact of the matter is there is nothing in Oregon law right now that keeps somebody from doing it. And when we did take a crack at providing a policy incentive to do it, no one took us up on it. Nonetheless, right, I think that it's going to be a continued conversation, and the more we know about it, the better position we'll be in to understand what we should or shouldn't be doing. And I'll tie it off by saying, absolutely right. It shouldn't be just, we do not believe it should be something you just get to do. You just go out and do it. It should be deliberate, it should be thoughtful, and it should be a benefit. And I think Chad Higgins would say the exact same thing.
Yes, Director Mogg, and then also if any of our two directors joining us wanted to add anything, but Director Allen. And I'm going to let this go a little, and Director Boyer. We will be going a little longer. Okay.
So just one observation from the land use side, as someone who grew up in Malheur County, just the need to remember that the Willamette Valley and the rest of the state are different. And, when the presentation started, there's kind of this premise, and it's based on Willamette Valley acres that we're looking at, that until we had the land use code in place, we were losing ag land, and then, things level off. And it's true that often in the Willamette Valley, if you develop an acre of land, there's not a replacement acre. Whereas if we're talking about Malheur County, the constraint isn't on land that can be tilled, it's on how much water is available. And I think that we should always be thinking about how we make sure that our land use system works for each area of the state. Because, in Malheur County, even if you took out a few acres that, even if they're being irrigated, that water can be picked up and moved next door or somewhere else. So it's not like 200 acres of development necessarily means reduced land being farmed in the area, particularly in an area where there isn't really economically viable dryland ag going on. So just a comment that I think it can create real tension between segments of the ag community, or real east-west tensions, when our land use system doesn't recognize and account for the significant differences that exist between the Willamette Valley and other places.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Miller. Yeah, and if any of the directors want to comment, that'd be great. Good point. Exactly. It's not all the same, and we try to recognize that. In fact, our rules for agricultural land protection, kind of divide things into high-value farmland and other farmland. And it's always been interesting to me that, the number one agricultural producer county in the state is usually Marion County, right? They're in the heart of the Willamette Valley. Usually number one. About 80% of their land is high-value farmland and protected under that additional elevated level of scrutiny. Umatilla County often ranks up there pretty high. Often they're 1 and 2. I don't know if they are anymore, but and conversely, about 20% in Umatilla County is comprised of those high-value farmland soils. So there's a difference right there that I think is kind of unappreciated, unrealized. That it seems like a one size fits all, but it's really not. And it's really based on how that fits the situation. And the result is that in some counties that are very highly productive in agricultural overall commodities, really don't have nearly as much protection as some counties that that they might be compared to. And we get it, right? And in Malheur County in the Treasure Valley, a lot of the comparison is between Oregon and Idaho, on the other side of the river. But we do want to continue to work hard and understand differences. And in fact, there's been a little bit of carve out for Malheur County in that regard, which we can talk about sometime. But I want to thank you for bringing it up. Impacts are impacts, but things are different and depends on where you are, how those are realized or how those are felt, and what you're doing, right? Like what kind of farming you're doing. So thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Allen and then Dr. Boyd. Yeah, did you guys want to, either of the directors, I thought you'd jump in if you did, but I wasn't sure.
I want to apologize to the directors. I keep forgetting that they're there.
Well, I've been kind of watching them and I couldn't quite see but if there is right now, great. If not, we can wait till a little later. So whatever. Okay, it looks like we'll go ahead and wait. So Director Allen.
Yes, I got a question. I've sat on the Tillamook County Planning Commission for a decade or more, and I was just a little bit interested because we don't get the siting of solar sightings coming through our Planning Commission as of yet. But what's the review process for the siting of solar on exclusive farm use?
So thank you, Chair Miller and Director Allen. It's a great question, and it depends on the size of the facility, right? So the very largest projects, customarily would be reviewed by the Oregon Energy Siting Facility, FSEC, which is in the Director Bennett's purview. If we're looking at more modest sized projects, they would often be reviewed through a conditional use procedure, which would go to the Planning Commission. And there's a number of tests that apply to solar that impose ceilings, how big they can be. The longstanding farm and forest compatibility test, not increasing or impacting farm and forest activities on adjacent lands, it applies. And then there's a series of kind of farm compatibility standards, which speak to not unnecessarily creating weed problems or soil compaction or soil erosion. And so anyway, that would go through a county review process at the local level. A little bit bigger projects would still go through that, and they would go through what we call an exceptions process, which is a little more elaborate. Includes basically an alternatives analysis. Does it have to go here? Can it go somewhere else? Doesn't require an exception. That kind of a situation, and then also is geared towards a demonstration that rules or goals, in this case agricultural land, that ordinarily would apply don't need to apply, and that's pretty discretionary, and it's left at a local level. So I can go on and on about this, but I won't. I'll spare you guys there. So basically, it is a process for those projects under county review. It is a process that's reviewed during a public hearing with the Planning Commission and perhaps ultimately the Board of Commissioners, depending upon the size. But it is subject to agricultural protection pieces and also an alternatives analysis about is this in fact the right place for it to go.
Is there, I know in some instances, especially around like transmission placement in exclusive farm use zoning, because I've had some of the newest transmission line that is in Tillamook that goes over Oceanside is placed through some of my property. And it went down the pathway of getting the right for public condemnation of all the neighboring farm properties, and we eventually end up negotiating toward the end to not have to do that. But is the siting of solar energy going to be allowed, that process that allows to have public condemnation, or for the sake of the rest of everybody else? Or?
So I think Chair Miller and Director Allen, I'm trying to make sure. I want to make sure I understand the question, right? And so will solar development will have a public condemnation aspect made available to it? Is that? I don't think so. I mean, I'm just gonna. I might be getting out on my skis, but I'm going to say categorically no. So that's my answer.
Well, I just know, I mean, you look historically at other power sources, that has been the process.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. I'm going off script just a little bit. We're talking to the Nevada Governor's Office the other day, and how they do things, which is the solar developer would go first to the state and acquire a renewable energy tax abatement agreement. It's a checklist form. And with that, the presiding county they're going to locate in does not have authority to deny the project. They can condition it, but they cannot deny it. So there's different ways of doing things. We don't do it that way in Oregon. And I'll just say it, I hope we never do.
So it would still remain basically publicly controlled if these solar sites were allowed to be placed in their county?
It would be under a public process presided over by the county decision makers, either the planning commission and or the board of commissioners if it triggers that level of review.
Could I jump in for a moment?
I'm getting your question.
Yeah, Dr.
please come and save
Benner,
me?
yeah.
Benner, I feel like I need
Director Benner, if you, yeah.
You're correct, John. There isn't land condemnation for solar projects. Generally, the projects that are cited, the solar projects that are cited are on land that's already owned by the developer or leased by the developer. So you're not going to have a situation where there's a project that's been authorized and then there has to be some sort of eminent domain invoked to take over the project. So we don't see land condemnation for solar projects or wind projects.
Well, I guess the follow-up question would be, I guess it'd be depending on site placement, because if there's a necessity for the transmission of that power outside and over other properties from that site, then that would be,
Yep, there is that ability for transmission projects, but only for utilities, not for merchant transmission owners.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And yeah, Director Boyer.
So just some thoughts after this presentation today. John, first of all, thanks for your kind words. Appreciate them. This is an industry that I'm nervous about the large scale operations, because it's an industry like I'll do solar. It's rapidly changing. And I'm nervous that the state of Oregon is going to be left to dispose of all of this, all the infrastructure, or just abandon. And that makes me nervous for this beautiful landscape that we have. And I found it interesting that Director Benner was talking about nuclear and that they can't do it because there's no repository for spent fuel. So I feel like there needs to be some sort of repository for out of commission for these larger projects. And then in the Executive Order 2529, I got to see the Governor's Roadshow, the GNRO's office, quite a bit. And one of the things that strikes me interesting is in the Executive Order, it says, energy storage and grid infrastructure needed to deliver reliable and affordable clean energy to Oregon consumers. But what I learned from the governor's office is that there's no way, once this energy meets the grid, where the energy is going. We can't say it's staying here in Oregon. It could possibly leave and go off to other states. So it's just, they call it, I think it was a neuron. I think they said they cannot track, what's it called?
Electron.
Thank you, electron. They cannot say where it goes once it enters the grid. I'd be really supportive if it all stayed in Oregon. So that's just one of my, and I would like to know how that's going to be tracked if they were saying it would stay here. And then closing, I just want to say I really appreciate the department DLCDs. What do you have them as? The recommendations. I really appreciate having Category 1 and Category 2. So that is what I have. Thanks.
Right. Do either directors want to respond to that? And then I think we'll be at a wrap in a second here, but okay. Go ahead, respond to that.
I'd be happy to respond to Director Boyer. I appreciate you pointing that out. And yes, Oregon's electricity grid is very much integrated with the rest of the West. It's called the Western Electricity interconnection, WEC, Joni can tell me what WEC stands for, but we import energy, we export energy, and being part of a bigger system is keeps our energy prices low and is the most efficient way. So I do think we want to make sure that investments we make are have benefits for Oregon, but you're right, we can't control where the electricity goes. And I also just maybe want to close by saying thank you for having this conversation. Really appreciate hearing your perspective. It's so important. I'm here taking notes. I've got a bunch of staff with me. These are important perspectives for people working on energy projects to hear. And just another plea to please take a look at those 2 reports, the one that's out for public comment now, the one that will be coming out in a couple of weeks on the energy executive order. Would love for folks in the room, either individually or as the board, to sort of weigh in and help everyone see the perspective of the need for a deliberate process that really considers the impacts to the agriculture sector. I think that's incredibly important. So thanks for the conversation. Thanks so much to John for facilitating it. And thanks to John Jennings for being in the room.
Okay.
If I may, I just wanted to thank the board for their very thoughtful comments today. I very much appreciated them, and we remain available for this and other conversations in the future. Thank you.
Much appreciated. And I think Director Hansen wanted to say thank you to you. And we do have a little bit of business discussion later for next steps for us, given the request to provide some comments. And so let's take a look at what that might look like from the board. So later on and quickly in the agenda. So anyway, Director Hansen, I'll turn it to you.
Great. Well, I want to say thank you to my colleagues at Energy and the Department of Land Conservation. We work closely in the Natural Resources Cabinet, but what I think we've brought together and their willingness to come and have these conversations, they are really, really challenging in the agricultural space. And they're challenging for us in terms of even the mission of protect, promote, and prosper, and how do those link together and the perspectives around them. And so just your willingness to come and share and listen with the board as we're bringing things as ODA to the board more that are some of these sticky, tough conversations, to find a space for us to really weigh in together and learn so that we can have more thought or have very thoughtful processes here in Oregon. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much gratitude.
Excellent. Well, again, and thanks for bringing your team with you as well. And it was great that we could have everybody hear everything. So that's also helpful, I'm sure, for you all as well. So anyway, thanks a lot. And yes,
Thank you so much, you guys. And I just say one last thing. That'll be it, I promise.
No,
we're still able to receive comments. Should anybody want to submit some comments until June 15th, I believe is the date. We're too close to our delivery point on July 1st to be able to probably respond to those in the text of our work, but everything we get will be attached to the piece that goes to the governor's office early next month. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate that. Great. Okay, for the board members, we will transition back into our business section. And the first agenda that we waited to have at this time in case the folks wanted to be there for our discussion and deliberation was dealing with our board policies. So we had asked for, and both Lisa and John, you can correct me on some of this, but we had asked for, hey, let's, given land use, let's take a look at all the different land use policies. Obviously, one was cited in regards to this subject specifically that seems to be quite in alignment with the comments that were made. But we also had legislation passed, which has been alluded to in this meeting. And so a question is I had this grandiose idea that we could consolidate this all into one land use policy, so we wouldn't be having to do checks and balances, because we were reviewing them in different years, and so it was just kind of confusing. So my question to the board is, and to really John and Lisa too, after we've had some time after the legislative session, we've had some time for comments and other things, do we, do we need to revise any of these resolutions in light of the legislation? And then if we did do that, then we'd probably have staff take a look at that and come back to us. Or two, after reading all this, I'm not sure this brilliant idea I had was terribly brilliant of trying to combine everything. But so comments from the board, next steps. I don't know, John, did you want, or Lisa want to add anything to that, or?
I'll just say that Lindsay and I took a look at all of the board resolutions after Kirk's recommendation to try and pull apart themes. So there may be a thematic approach that we could take if that's something, maybe not one consolidated land use resolution,
maybe
but
a few
consolidating, based on those themes, and we could come back in September with that too.
Yeah, I think you could consolidate them, but it would still be, instead of being, 5 or 6 3-page things, it'd be a 30-page resolution. Like, it wouldn't actually get consolidated if it addressed all of the things that are in each one.
Yeah, I was looking for any conflicting
Okay.
or less than under consistency, less understandable, and also in light of the legislation. So
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if you meant like we're gonna do the the solar siding one and the farm stand one, and get them all kind of cleaned up and into one thing, and that's
well, and it was a pipe dream on my part. So anyway, but I'll admit. But if it does make sense, then if there are some thematic things that make some sense, and then have you guys come back to us, and also the focus on the consistency within them, as well as the question regarding, the current statutory world. So
I think the thematics idea makes a lot of sense, and so you're still probably going to have several. And because when you look at the current resolutions, many of them were time and space for an issue. They set up a great foundation, but they're tied specifically, and I think there may be some broader language that we can put together around these that we can still use. I think the other thing that, as I've sat through this meeting and the agenda, this is one of the meatier meetings that we've had. It really has shown some of the challenges, one, facing agriculture, but also facing the issues that ODA is trying to navigate through, thread the needle. We have several executive orders that we're part of and working to try and align and bring things together in some way. It is a very challenging time with all of this. So, I do think some high-level thematics around some of these things could be very, very helpful for us.
Okay. So if that works, then to come back with something, looking at thematics, looking at just consistency, other things for this, and, I won't say the one big beautiful bill, but the but the idea of having it all in one just didn't make sense at all. So yeah, it doesn't work. So, okay, so there's that. I think a follow-up from our presentations right here, in addition to, do we want to look at comments, going back, anything on, the June 15th date? Is there something we need to do for that? But in addition to that, more urgent, there's obviously the other dates that we talked about, that Director Benner had talked about. But even more importantly, we raised the issue on the Tigger report, and now it has a placeholder for next steps. And what I was hearing on next steps was next spring-ish timeframe for looking at ag solutions to be able to deal with those issues. And so, so I guess I wanted to tee that up to see, is there a process that we could think about from a Board of Ag standpoint to gather a forum, ideas, to point to this and say, okay, from an ag standpoint, are there, what are some things we can look at doing on looking at being able to meet the 2035 and 2050 goals? Now that it's a trend, but it's a placeholder. So is there something there that we want to tee up and ask for comments for people and again, be part of the process?
I might.
Yes.
I guess I got
Director Allen.
I got a generalized statement, I guess. I mean, it was very appreciated, the fact that they took our feedback and then they came back with some deliverables, right? And then, you know, going forward, I think is you know, as we are looking for opportunities to have better connection with the governor's office, that making sure that all our different sister and brother state agencies understand that when you're talking about ag, you need to have it at the table, right? And so that we can participate. Not that we have to have all these solutions right now or come up with how can we solve that. We definitely can't solve it if we're not at the table.
Right.
And that's so just making sure that they recognize that you know, we understand all the challenges and goals, but to make sure that ODA is represented in that process from the infancy of it is really critical. In order to be part of the solution, right?
Well, in fact, at the last meeting that I attended of chairs and directors for all natural resources agencies, I was pleasantly surprised at the thematic focus of that issue in and of itself as it related to agriculture. Thanks to Lisa's intervention, granted, there was some articles with the OPB stuff that I think, you know, highlighted that too, and there were responses. So I think folks have heard loud and clear. So it's a good point. Now I heard from Director Benner, they're asking us to say, okay, we want to engage you. So I was just trying to figure out a way early on before we're leading up to our last meeting in March and say, how are we going to come up with something, how we might approach that. We don't have to answer that now, but maybe we could ask the team to think about how best to do that. But I do feel a bit of an obligation now to say, okay, how are we going to be participating?
So a little bit of a response to that. I think our team is much more aware of some of the reports that are starting to come out when they come out in a draft. John is watching and monitoring many of those things that we might not have had, you know, someone watching and monitoring previously to try and catch it on the front side a little bit more. I think also just continuing to make the connections. One of the things, a lesson, you know, from the interaction around the Tigger report with Odo was really trying to connect my colleagues with people in the ag sector to use as resources and recognizing what organizations are out there to be resources, as well as even going as far as pointing out there may be some connections when you're thinking about research and research opportunity. We need to be using our universities as part of that.
Absolutely.
And I understand that Director Benner has reached out to Dean Simonich for some resources, because at ODA, we're not the end all be all and all knowledge about all of this, right? And we need to use the resources that are available to us, but we've all got to be making the connections. It's about the connections and the relationships, and in many cases, to start the conversations, to get a place and have a voice.
Okay. All right, so maybe if we could have an idea of how to approach to have solutions, and then also bridging to this quarterly report going out, the ODA newsletter, the fact that we are going to be, we appreciated the response, and we also are going to be engaging the ag community, or however we want to put it, to be able to provide some input, so we can be early on part of the discussion and solution. That work for everybody? I'm hearing some heads nodding. Is there anything else, trying a bow on that quarterly report? Because I said I would open it for more discussion on that, or what we heard, or other things. Go ahead.
Very quick comment. I was really excited to have 4 public comments, like back to back, and I think I've been in 4, this is my 4th meeting now, or 5th, and I thought there'd be more public comment in these meetings. So I don't know if a quick call out in the quarterly or reminder, like, hey, this is the time to come and give public comment on any topic, regardless of whether we're in, Central Oregon. You can be anywhere. I just think that would be great, because I love hearing the public comments.
Great. Yes, Director Orem?
I just have a couple points that it was great to hear that somebody reads our resolutions. I always worry that we put, and we've talked about this in past board meetings, that we put time into reviewing them and updating them, and do people actually read them? But it was good to hear that. And actually, one other thing that Mickey brought up that we did hear from some other people in the meeting is how, drought, you can be in a drought this year, but really it affects next year even harder. And a lot of times that drought declaration, all it takes is a couple good rainfalls and all of a sudden we're kicked out of it. But yet that doesn't help, whether it's because we got to have those declarations to trigger FSA disaster programs. And what happens is that next year could be worse, even though we're getting maybe some timely rains. The drought, because the snow didn't go to the mountains, to go to the springs, to deliver to I think that's something that maybe down the road we should look at, or here soon, because Central Oregon, you're looking at 7 years almost in a row of drought, and we have the same in Eastern Oregon. So as times change, I think we need to look at how we utilize those programs. So.
Yes, good point. And Director Hansen, just thank you. There are lunches back there. If you want to grab your lunch, we're going to just continue our discussion. So, other than the 2 people that jumped on that without permission, but 3. All right, but yeah, feel free to grab that. But yes, Director Hansen.
So to think about for the board, we haven't had our federal partners here for a while to visit. And over the last 2 weeks, we have met with FSA, the director of FSA, a couple of times around drought, and are going to do some collaborative work in terms of amplifying what people need to be doing to get themselves ready and in systems. But I think it would be good to have some conversation. Okay, here's what we have. Here's how it works. And for the industry to talk about where it doesn't, in case there's opportunity for change. Because my understanding is in a couple of places, there are some things that make it less workable, right? And less opportunity because of the way we've looked at it historically in some of those programs. And so I do think there's another set of issues that we could dig down into a little deeper and learn a little bit about, and maybe provide some feedback back to our partners that really are the help on the ground. Yeah. For helping people get through. None of these things hold people whole, but helping people get through.
And again, priorities for funding and other things too. So, Director Orem?
Yeah, I agree, Director Hansen. It's always been, and I sit on the FSA County Committee in our county, and it's that department, and it's not anything to do with the people on the ground. It's a very reactive department, right? So you react to the drought, you react to the disaster, and 2 years later down the road, you get some kind of help, because that's how long that process takes. And by that time, there's usually another disaster that's hit again. So, but.
And I think in addition to this, some of the Farm Bill discussions have been really on the uniqueness of the specialty crop arena, and the, corn, soybeans, wheat, et cetera, don't necessarily fit in, well, anyway, that model doesn't fit as well. So it could be good if we have them there, is also to talk about how they envision changes that would positively impact, I'll call it Western agriculture. It's not just us as we go forward. So
And right now is the time to be talking to FSA or to the NRCS offices if we see things that need to be tweaked, because they're marking up. The bill's out of the House now, they're marking it up in the Senate, and now is when they will make those changes in the new language going forward, if you can get it that far, so.
And I think there'll probably be some language that is very much leaning that way, it sounds, but also then it's the implementation too. So maybe September, one more thing to add to our September list, so, yeah. Great. Okay. I'm thinking, unless anybody, John or what, has seen anything else, oh, yes, there was one other. Director Norris had raised labor last time. Labor, as to talk about the resolutions and other things. So she wasn't here at this meeting. So the question is, when we get to the board business, do we not only want to be talking about what you guys come back with on land use, but was the question on labor? And in light of the labor inputs and discussions, any other emphasis on that as far as our resolutions or our positions on it? So you're saying we don't need to do anything?
I don't have anything to say.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. So, and I'm sorry she's not here, because she was pretty passionate about it the last meeting. So I think just as a tee up for further discussion makes some sense. How we do that. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Director.
On labor, is there a certain scope or what we could focus on? Labor is a big topic, and I know, yes, it's ag overtime is what I assume you're talking about with labor. But then when we came here, we heard it's not just what they're being paid, but the availability of labor, skilled labor, people wanting the job, immigration. I mean, this is a huge topic. So are we keeping this to ag overtime when we talk about labor, or are we also looking H2A and other
I think what I was hearing from her, it was broader, and also not only that, but we as a board wrote a letter to the governor regarding the Agriculture Labor Standards Board concerns, which very likely will come up in the next legislative session. So anyway, so it's a question of just looking at what's there, of where we've been. Is there anything more we can think about and do too, I think. But I hate to put words in Director Norris's mouth, but I think she was looking at it more holistically than just overtime.
Yeah, okay, that's all I was asking, because I'm in support of it. I just, what are our boundaries here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what Mike was saying. We heard it from everybody we talked to again, and it seems like everywhere we go, we do hear it, and I think as long as we stay up on it and back, help wherever we can to do something. I will say, it just reminded me of it. Just this last week, I got my letter from state of Oregon with my overtime tax credit. And I don't know if there's some way we can push on the legislative side to get that done more timely so that we're not having to refile. Every year, we have to refile an amended return to put that credit back on your, so you get it right now in June or June 1, but you had to have your, return on April 15th. And I just don't see why that has to be that long of time.
And that can be part of this.
And that's another cost that
Yeah.
farmers are having to pay to amend their return every single year to get their tax credit.
And the state, because they're processing your taxes twice.
Yes. It's inefficient.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know what the process is to address that, but.
Yeah. Yeah. We can add that. Great. Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. And I want to do a shout out to John. Thank you very much for a great meeting, great coordination. And we're still working on some stuff, yes, but it's been very, very positive. So, John, thank you on behalf of the board. Yes. Okay. All right.
I might have one thing to add.
Yes. Dr. Allen.
Yeah, and this is just the leadership of Oregon Department of Ag. Every time we come to a different place in Oregon, we meet new ODA staff. I'm just constantly impressed about the value of the staff that have been acquired over time. You got just a lot of great people underneath, doing great jobs, and it's just neat to meet them.
Well said. Thank you. And with that positive note, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
You all got it.